magnets, crystals, and pyramids. We're going to start with the opening, and we'll bring on our featured guest, the one and only natural born griot, natural accomplished occultist. And the brothers, I'm highly impressed with all of his brilliance. So I would go so far to say, in his area of specialty, I never met a genius, with the exception of Lester Lovin, as far as pyramids, and he's a Taurus. I honestly would say that Brother Panic is a genius in his area of specialty. So I wouldn't be. I'm just saying it's an honor, brother, to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So before we begin, we're going to do the invocation, and then you're going to have the front and center, along with the Shakti sisters that'll hopefully will show, because some of them said they're going to get their water and their tea. So we're going to move into the opening, and let me find myself here. Let me just scroll here. I got the videos of the opening. Here we go.
Calling out the warrior in you, the healer in you, the king, the queen in you, the trickster in you. Every single day we are called to walk in our purpose. Answer the call. Lay down your burden and anything that's holding you back, and take your rightful place. The battle is everywhere, and it's right in your face. Let's go.
Okay, going to do the invocation. Bear with me, family. I'm excited because I got to tell y'all about this tea I just started mixing and drinking and feeling a buzz on. But I am in me. I am in you. I am in Brother Panic. I am within all the brothers and sisters listening now and in the future. I am within Salam. I am within all the Shakti sisters. I am within the sea of life. We individually and collectively come together to light our divine torch, shed the spookism, miseducation, misdoctrination, so that we may reach our full potential in this life. So I want to acknowledge Ascended Master Ancestors, Sheikh Amadou Bamba, Sheikh Ibrafal, Simeon Toko, the latest Christ born in the Congo, who invoked the army of muscle-bound, bulletproof angels, chased the Belgians right out of the Congo. Want to acknowledge the gatekeeper of Northern California by way of Mount Shasta, St. Germain, Nikolai Tesla, Sanat Kumara, Master Himalaya, all the ascended masters of Atlantis, Lemuria, the Buddhas, the Krishnas. Want to acknowledge Enoch the Ethiopian who ascended into the heavens and became Metatron. I want to acknowledge all the shaman warriors from the golden ages of antiquity who roamed the earth when we had free electricity and power by the power plants of the pyramids. A golden age that's been forgotten. I want to invite Angel of Protection to protect all our women, children, loved ones, brothers and sisters from all forms of harm. Archangel Michael. Angel of Healing, Archangel Raphael. Angel of Enlightenment and Knowledge, Archangel Uriel. I want to acknowledge the forces of nature within us. Elegba, Oshun, Yemaya, Ologun, Oya, Shango, Obatala, Ochosi. I want to thank all of you for being born, for being alive, and may the message that our brother Panic to gift us flow free. And we say, Ashe, Mahalo, Donada, Wado, Amen. And so let it flow. So welcome, Brother Panic. Welcome. Man, you drinking? Oh, yeah, family. Y'all got to make sure y'all drink water on this show because he's going to speed up. He's going to speed up your chakras in one form or fashion. So you might as well hydrate, inebriate. And I always like to say welcome to all those who's posting in the chat. And please put what part of the world you're listening from. Because I remember the first time I met Brother Panic, I was like, who are you? These people are coming from, because I would ask people at the event, like, where are you from? I remember one brother said he was from Alaska and somebody else was from Europe. And I found that to be fascinating. So, I cut my eye over to look at this brother. He was sitting here with, at his table with his beautiful wife. And I was like, man, I ain't never seen nothing like this. Folks coming from everywhere. What kind of movement is this? So I just want to acknowledge, Brother Panic. I ain't never gonna forget that, man. I ain't never forgetting that, man.
Yeah, I remember I got a gift out of your ass for that one.
Yeah, man.
You came and gave me a piece that's actually hanging up on my door.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll bring it out.
I ain't never seen nothing like that.
You gave me his piece because you were so happy that so many new faces were showing up. That's really the deal. Like how that happened. And it's interesting how I had such a vast following, I would say.
Yeah, I was blown away. He packed the house, y'all. Let me tell you, there was a line to the bathroom.
All the time. And again, I don't put it on myself. It's the message. It's the message that is very rare within our Black people that it's become almost unique. Very few people are talking on this level about occult sciences. And you're really getting it from not too many places. And before me, of course, was Bobby Hemmett, and he passed the baton pretty much in so many words. So that to get this, you have to see me, and then on top of that, the longevity. Starting since 2004, you're in a lot of people's ears. You know what I mean? A lot of people have now grown up, and there's a lot of word of mouth. So anybody who brings up anything metaphysical, it's a good chance that they may have heard something of mine and always pass me on that way. But I really attribute it to I didn't connect with New York people. I'm from New York, 100%, knew everybody and was in the network and was in the circuit and could have stood in front of any New York camera. But Bobby Hemmett's recommendation was like, fuck the network as we know it is starting to move online. And if it's starting to move online, he said, why don't you just concentrate on the internet? And at this point, I had said, no, I don't want to even speak anymore. I just want to study. And I studied for years, him and I. Then, long story short, I concentrated at the when it was still in beta almost on Blog Talk and dominated because I was with Miss Blue and because she took that show seriously. Most people at the time started doing that show to promote lectures outside of the internet to promote what they were doing, but didn't see that as the show, just as a way of talking about debates that were coming up. Well, she took her show serious as if she was Oprah or somebody.
Mm.
And I stayed committed to her because there were speakers who were dealing with blog talk. They would go from show to show to show to show to show. And therefore, no one had exclusivity or no one had any character because they just had a bunch of characters on there. I stayed exclusive to her, and that paid off. People took it serious. We broke records, broke numbers. Blog Talk had to call. What in the fuck is a panic? We had to add more servers. So it got really big there. So before there was such a thing as a following or a whatever, it was happening before we even knew those words. So I got my foot in the internet very early, just because I was computer tech. So it didn't intimidate me. And people still were trying to master the lecture circuit when I broke off of New York and started talking to the country.
Mm.
While they were talking to New Yorkers and everything was coming from this one nucleus, and it had one character that now has went in on itself and added up to nowhere now. Nobody really cares or wants to see any of that.
Mm.
It blew itself out.
Interesting.
And because I never was associated with it, though I'm a New Yorker, I missed a lot of the blows. By the people who followed my work stayed to the work. I tried to stay consistent with the message of the work as opposed to the message of me. Of course, it's coming through me, so shit is going to come up. But ultimately, try to stay true to a message and try to keep the message evolving in a spiritual, in time, eschatological way. And so it paid off. People hear the message, and people are willing to travel to see it live. And I'm humbled by it and grateful for it and honored to be someone who can give information that is life-changing. That is the absolute national anthem that I hear as I go around the country. You've changed my life. My life has changed. You gave me this. I was able to do that. I changed this for the better. I see this in a different way. Those are actually honorable. Let me say this now, too, because people always open up with panic. I know you don't like compliments, but you've changed my life. No, I love compliments, nigga, like anybody else. My ego loves it. Two things. I don't carry my life based upon the compliments I get. I don't let it feed my ego. And then I know the difference between someone actually giving honor for what the message has done for them and someone kissing my ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anyone kissing my ass. It's unnecessary. But if something was said that changed your life, I would like to know, because maybe I could say it louder. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's the thing to say. So, of course.
And they're listening from everywhere, man. I'm seeing
Bermuda,
London, Mexico. This is fascinating, bro.
Yeah. When I first started noticing that kind of thing was in my classes. Motherfuckers taking a class from Afghanistan. And then when I started out, for the short time I was doing consultations, I have very little patience because the questions are so mundane, and they want to spend an hour or 45 minutes, but the biggest thing in their life, the biggest thing they can't figure out, I answer that shit in 3 minutes. And then they're like, we're just sitting there with no place to go. Then they're really now just waiting for me to start lecturing them, to give them a one-on-one lecture when it's pretty much a Q&A, and the 3 or 4 questions they had could be combined into one. 3 or 4 questions is always usually just one real question. So for the short time, I started seeing white bitches show up from the UK. Hello, panic. Like, wait a minute, what the fuck is happening? At live lectures, North Carolina. Oh, and let me bring that up while we're here, because I'm gonna bring it up again.
While you're doing that, I just want to thank the Shakti sisters who showed up.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming
in and looking so beautiful.
Yes,
family. Give them accolades because you know they need a little. It's springtime, and
Uh-huh.
water the Shakti sisters with your compliments and appreciation, please.
Yes, indeed. Oh, they looking good too. Them smiles. I see them.
Yeah,
Real
beautiful.
sexy
And,
sister.
and, and you know, when sisters, if you get a lot of attention, say, "Give my divinity the glory. Give God the glory. Praise Him. Praise Him." You know, so it don't be overwhelming. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. You know,
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
yeah, yeah.
All
You
right.
know?
Let me get this out, Hank.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Do your thing.
May 27th. That's a
Ooh, I
Saturday.
should make a banner.
May 27th. That's a Saturday. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. A live lecture in North Carolina. We going back first. After COVID, after this long haul, this is the first lecture back besides the book signing, which I didn't lecture. It will be at the Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City, 435 East Trade Street. 435 East Trade, Trade Street. That's
All
in
right, I'm
Charlotte,
trying to
North
type that in.
Carolina, 28202. And that's at the Hyatt House, Charlotte City Center. It will be called Adopting a Spiritual Mentality. Any more information, email Khadijah at info at Somdi Readings. Info at Somdi Readings. INFO at SAMEDIREADINGS.com.
Okay,
Info
info
at
at
Somdi Readings.
Samdi, SAMEDI
DIREADINGS
reading. Okay,
Readings.
.com.
Readings.com.
All right, tell me
And
if this looks good.
okay.
Yeah, I'm showing it now.
May 27 to the 10, Hyatt House, 435 East Trade Street. Info at somdireadings.com. Perfect.
Okay, that's
And
good.
that'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina,
Ooh.
28202.
All right, hold on. Let me put that
Oh,
Charlotte,
cool. It's cool.
Charlotte,
Yeah,
North
Charlotte, North
Carolina.
Carolina.
And
I
to
mean,
all my distant cousins in North Kakalaki, I
and the
say, what's
cackle,
happening?
cackalack.
Charlotte.
It'll be adopting a spiritual
Please spell
mentality.
Charlotte. SCHAR. Charlotte.
Or CHARLOTTE.
North Carolina. Uppercase
28202.
28202.
Yes, sir.
All right, make sure I get this right. Charlotte. And I know a sister named Charlotte.
Right.
You know, I know colorful folks whose name is Et.
Juliet.
Charlotte. If I got the spelling wrong, family, call me out on it, all right? Because I'm
It's
doing it
okay.
with
I
these
mean, I think
magnets on my
I think
wrist.
people get it.
And I just want to make sure I got everything right. Here we go. Look at it.
Looks good.
Charlotte, North
Yep.
Carolina,
Info at
28202.
Yeah, very good. They could email Khadijah for more information, more than just showing up. It's in a hotel, of course, in a hotel conference room as always. And Charlotte is banging. Charlotte's a big. We went to Charlotte before. We're actually going to the same room, same hotel. It was one of the best actually. And it's ironic because I was going to talk about this, but I started to bring it up because that was the lecture I went and this white dude showed up. Well, they came before, but this one was like the whitest of the white dudes. So like Khadijah caught him at the door. It's like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, most definitely. I'm here to see Brother Panic. Man, I tore his ass up that whole lecture. When they show up, they become the center of fuck up attention. Know what I'm saying? Every stereotype I get them with, I say, yeah, such and such a white guy. I say, you know him, right? Because don't all white people know each other? You know, all that shit they do to us. Getting them. Just going through them. And the first dude that showed up was in White Man. In Vegas. Same thing. You know where the fuck you at, son? Know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, what up, Flint, Michigan? he was like, yo, yes, I know I'm here for Brother Panic. I'm like, you sure you read the flyer right, nigga?
They're gonna come, brother. They're gonna come for real.
But then he said this. He said, yo, I said, you know, I'm gonna tear your ass up. He said, I'll go through anything to get this information. I said, see, I wish only niggas understood this shit as much as y'all playing with this shit. Like, all this shit, y'all got to be able to differentiate between motherfuckers who are running their mouth and motherfuckers who are giving you things that you can use. You know what I'm saying? Is that my girl Shalom? That's a Shakti sister, Hank.
Yeah, bring that camera down, sister. We see them books more than you, girl. Pull that camera down.
This is Uncle Hank, and this is Uncle Hank's show. She came on. She's an old friend. I know her for years. I gave her a call. She has a botanica she's going to talk about. I don't want to tell tales. I think she said North Carolina as well.
South Carolina.
South Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina. Well, she's her mic is open. Go ahead and talk.
Go ahead. Say your thing, sister.
So I've been doing painting for a while. For a couple of years. I live in Atlanta, but I do have a botanica in South Carolina. It's in Easley, 4038 Calhoun Memorial Highway in Easley, South Carolina.
If somebody wanted to get products from you, which I would recommend online, how would they go about doing that?
Well, right now I'm working on my online presence because I don't have an online store, so I'm working on it. But I do have social media pages that I'm working on.
I mean, let's say somebody right now wanted to buy some stuff. What would you tell them right now, even before you had your whole system set up? Is there like an email they could get at you or a phone number?
Yeah. They can email me at allegrabotanica21@gmail.com, or they can call me at 404-246. Allegra Botanica is ELEGABOTANICA21@gmail.com, or you can call me at 404-246-3452.
Okay, and they could.
And we have a variety of products. We have a lot of stuff. My goal is just not to cater to one group of people. We cater to everybody because I'm on energy. Like I'm on what Panic's on. Like I've been knowing Panic for a long time, and I mean, to each his own. Whatever you're into, that's on you. But we cater to everybody. It's a pretty big store. We have a lot of stuff in here.
Damn, that is a big store. Shit.
Yeah, and I'm getting ready to go bigger. I'm just looking for a bigger space.
Damn,
but we have a whole bunch of stuff.
See, that's also another thing, Hank. A lot of people who fucked with me get results. I've seen over years, like this is what the sister's showing us now. This was somebody who was listening. She took my class and all of that. Winning with this shit. Y'all don't understand. This shit wins. This is our shit.
Yeah. Panic is somebody that I would recommend. It's if you want to do the work. If you don't want to do the work, then you can go to people and get work done. I have a ton of people, but in order for you to see results, you have to become your own practitioner and do your own work. That's my goal. And so I've learned a lot from Panic and Bobby, of course. Right. But if you want results, you have to do the work.
Right. Yes, ma'am. I'm good to see you. Good to see you up. Is looking good in there. Stock is looking good. Give them that phone number one more time and let them know some of the basic things they could get, candles, books.
Oh, we have everything. I mean, whatever you need. We got candles, we have books, we have herbal baths. I have handmade 21 herb baths that I made. We do teas, just basically anything. We have statues, we have salts, we have everything, keychains, jewelry, stone. We have everything that you can ever want.
Spiritual cleansing products, baths, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
And if you need something handmade specifically for, like, if you have an issue and you know, or you get a reading, you need something handmade, we specifically do stuff for that.
Excellent. That's
And if
perfect.
you're into EFI or Santero, we have altars that you can do your thing to. We have lekes that we can bless. I got readers, of course, Khadijah. We got Panic. I have people. We do altar preparations. We do everything over here. So if that's something that you're interested in, again, you can reach me at 404-246-3452. I do ship, and we do online reading. So we have readers that cater to different things. We have people that do ancestor readings. We have people that are into astrology. Just whatever you're into, we can help you with it.
Nice. All right, sis. I'm glad you showed up. Thank you for coming. Another
You're
sister
welcome.
popped in as
This
well.
sister's out of North Carolina.
Yes,
Navajo sister.
And in South Carolina. Yeah.
Scorpio.
Hey, sis.
Giving you a shout out.
Got a new sister that came in. All right. So we're going to get into it too as well. But that's a good sister. You know, like I said, I knew her for years. And like I said, she fucked with the magic. I remember she did a lot of fairy work back in the days. That was her shit.
Tree magic.
Yeah, tree magic.
Yeah.
And that was a part of my class course when her and another friend, Kiana, got on that shit. They wouldn't even leave it. And I'm glad to see sisters thriving, doing their thing. But I noticed that a lot when people fuck with it. This is not my information. This is our shit. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you get into our shit, it works. I'm telling you the shit that works. Niggas are telling you the shit that's a theory. You'll hear a lot of theories out there about what Black people should do. And really what that is a psychological projection on you people. What they're really saying is, I can't do it. So instead of bringing the blame to themselves, they project it through the Black community. They say, you're not doing this. You're not doing that. We need to do this. We need to do that. We need to do the other thing. What they're really saying is, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. And I need to do the other thing. But they project it onto you because if they project it on you, they know as a collective, it'll never work. There are too many. You see how the sister kept pointing out, we have something for everyone. Because in what this so-called Black community shit is trying to do is make one mind or one thought. But what the occultist understands is there's many paths to light. So what she's come to understand is that there are many. Stop trying to make people understand one thing. Black people need to do this and Black people shouldn't do that. This moral code of humanity and get into fucking spirituality. That's where you gain results. So again, as she pointed out, this is for people who want to do the work. If you don't want to do it, you're wasting your time. Just enjoy the chat room. But I'm trying to, and have always been trying to talk to serious people who want to find results within themselves, who are willing to face themselves in reality, look at themselves and say, this is what I truly need to address. Not stop playing and blaming it on Black people for it. Because you broke, you're going to say Black people ain't doing the right thing for an economy. No, your ass ain't doing the right thing for economy. So as you can see, the more we have sisters like this and people in their areas that are scattered, just thriving, that's when we actually have something to come together to commune about as a community. If you don't, y'all guys, listen closely, are not a community, you're a commiseration. You'll get together and complain about niggas.
Ooh-wee.
You don't get together and have no plan. There's no results. Y'all just go from one thing that they give you and react. You're reactionary. They say crypto, then you all of a sudden have sciences on it. Then they say, oh, the shit failed. Then all of a sudden you on to something else. It's back to fucking CMOS. It's a commiseration. It's not a community. You have to have something to commune. This sister is valuable for a community. She would be valuable if I was creating a community. She fulfills a need. What do half these niggas do? Wear onks? And there's nothing wrong with it, but find what you do to offer something. Don't offer nothing but your goddamn philosophies from shit that you didn't even fucking study. Shit that you just feel like. And I would even go for that if you had a spiritual nature. That was, well, let me say this. If you had a spiritual nature that was actually non-comatose. Because you do have a spiritual nature. You're just out of your nature. You're a fucking hippopotamus in the circus juggling, nigga, playing horns. You're an elephant with a tutu on, nigga. You're a monkey doing sign language, nigga. You're out of your element, trying to be the best human you could possibly be, trying to be the strongest human you could possibly be. You're a spiritual entity having a human experience. And if you move like that, that's called living spiritually, because you came down here to understand humanity. So let's get to the balls and breasts of this situation. So last time I was here, we talked in detail about meditation. So I'm going to try to connect this as if we're going somewhere. So I'm going to assume the same people were here the last time that are here, and we're on an adventure, guys. And the next one will try to build upon the last one. So the last one, really quick, we talked about meditation. You have to hear the basic idea, the basic technique, and the basic reasoning, Janelle, the basic reasoning about this. Autumn is here today. Autumn. Like, and Salem always representing. Selim. So now, okay, so we talked about how important it was in the concept of meditation. It's your first step at going within. We hear this generic statement that I've actually coined, do the work. You got to do the work. You got to do the work. So now we're detailing what that work is. Step one is a meditation program, a meditation system that you find that works for you. When we hear meditation, as I pointed out, we hear about postures, hand movements, breathing, all unnecessary to accomplish your goal, as I pointed out in detail. So you must listen to the show about meditation to really connect it to this one to have a broader sense of what's happening here, or what we're getting reacquainted with, let me say. All right, so once your meditations are going well, you'll start to realize or have a kind of insight.
I got to call you back.
That gets sharper.
On a live show.
What you've been calling your intuition
North Carolina, you back home.
Has actually been leading you. And
just want to check on you because I ain't heard nothing.
The more you meditate, the more you are feeding your intuition.
I'll call you when
the more you are feeding how your intuition thrives in you. So the more you're able to stay in the moment, as I talked about focusing on an apple, the more you're able to stay in that moment. Or even if you have to resort to listening to music in the earphones, the more you can stay in that moment, the more you're stimulating the environment that your intuition thrives. You are now feeding your intuition. So technically it's comatose, but let's look at it as a baby. You are now starting to breastfeed when you meditate. That intuition will grow and have detailed words. First, it's going to say shit like diaper, mama, bathroom. And you still have to know how to listen to that. You have to understand how subtle communication works in your mind. It's that whisper. See, when we see it in the movies, if they did it in the movies, it wouldn't look spectacular. So each spiritual thing we see in the movies, they want to do it with a bang. So that trained us, and I think by design, to anything we hear spiritual, that we need a bang. We need a big bada boom for us to say. And that does happen. But for the most part, it's an inner guidance system that if you trust in it, it leads you to where you won't even know how you could look up and have a fucking store that is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I would have never seen her in such a elaborate location. Your mind just doesn't go out that far. But I don't doubt that it can happen to her or anybody, because that's how it works. That's why they called it magic. Magic only means that which the white man didn't, the science that the white man didn't understand. And there are certain things, even in my life, that I magnetized, like the system magnetized. A great example, magnetized, that you can't really explain logically. You want to, but you can't. So that's why people say, oh, it's just, how'd you get that magic, nigga? Because you really can't explain it. But the true you can't explain the path. But the key is you can't explain the reason why. And that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing now. The reason why I was able to magnetize the lifestyle that I wanted was because of the seeds that I put in my in the base of my thinking that eventually bared the fruit. So I know her, and I know she fucked with me, and I know she was doing the work, and I know she was doing the class. So what I know is she was changing her mind during all this time, putting in the seeds to nurture that baby intuition for it to start telling her what to do. Drink water, don't drink water. Go upstairs, don't go upstairs. It's like kind of like, well, not kind of like, but perfect example, the movie Minority Report. Once he took the empath, they were walking through the mall, and she was like, walk, stop, get an umbrella, turn to the left, go now, stop. And he's following her, and there's all these close calls, but he makes it out, and she knows it. Run, time to go. She knows when they're coming. So she was representing his intuition talking to him. And it's not talking to you, go to the mountain. It's not doing all of that shit. It's just pretty much coming at you like, I feel like staying in bed all day. If you're in a position to indulge that, that may be spiritual. And it may be because it can see bigger than what's before it, may be lining you up for something greater, which you don't even see yet. But you put the seeds in your mind through doing this early work to set yourself up for that. Whatever that gift is for you, whatever your talent is, will start to show. Because your intuition is all creativity. So your intuition wants to show you what your special gift is, but we don't listen to it. I told you before, when something goes bad, we go, God damn it. Something told me I shouldn't have done that. So if something told you, what's that something? Or when you scored, yeah, I knew I should have did that. Why the fuck you know? That system that we take for granted, we have to feed to expand, because that something told me turns into full-blown spiritual guidance. And really, that's guidance from your higher self, your doppelganger, and all of that shit they talk about. I learned my guardian angel protected me. That's your intuition. And to be more specific, your intuition is your subconscious mind. Your intuition is your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is a consciousness that dwells beneath this bullshit that you see every day. This bullshit that you see every day is not even the bigger part of your brain. They tell you use 10% to figure this shit out. As Hank pointed out, which is true, and which is actually all in my book as well, my first book, you're only seeing less than 5% of the universe. Everything that you can see with your eyes is the balance is dark matter and dark energy. And I got the percentages in here somewhere. Let me see if I could get them real quick. It's in the Kabbalion section. Summing up the laws. All right, so it might be here. Let me see if I could get it real good. No, it's not the Kabbalion. Not.
And while Brother Panic is pulling it up, family, make sure you stay hydrated, because this is definitely a chakra acceleration. And it's in a way, I'm going to tell you, it is a meditation. It's an acoustical meditation, because in studying various ways of going into trance, we're heading there. So,
right.
Do your thing, brother.
Okay, we getting there. We getting there. Let me see if I can find out. See, wait a minute. It might be in here area. Oh, here we go. So dark energy is 73% of the universe. Dark matter is 23% of the universe. And physical matter, all that you see and know and came to hump your leg on, is only 4%. So what we've put stock in, there's a whole hidden reality that is untouched. Dark matter is nothing more than the masculine energy of it, and the dark matter, I can't remember. They call it antimatter too. It is more on the atomic or the building blocks of matter than it is actual the physical thing, because there is a reality behind this physical thing called atoms, quarks, and so on and so forth. So that connects to the dark matter, and the dark energy is that which moves. For instance, dark energy, 70%, is extremely tenuous, invisible energy that pervades all of the universal space and is the fabric of space itself. It's the fabric of space itself. Dark energy is. It is an unexplainable, baffling mystery to science at this time. They know what it is, but they're not going to tell you, because if they explain it, whenever they say it's a mystery they don't understand, it leads to niggas, and they can't explain it away. For instance, in Hank and the test, they told us before the internet, and we were able to take pictures and do the shit we do to make the world smaller. They told us there were only 7 wonders in the world. 7 things that they couldn't explain. Now that the world has gotten smaller, all you have to do is turn to the History Channel, and they have volumes of shows and locations and underwater cities and runways and footprints bigger than fucking mountains from aerial views and shit like that. All this shit in Peru, mortar that they don't even know how. There was bricks put together with no mortar that you can't even get a razor in today. They still can't figure out. There's so Angkor Watts, so much shit that they showed that they can't figure out. But when they came up with the aliens did it, that's when they let all of that shit go. Before that, 7 wonders. But when it was started with books like Serious Mysteries by Robert. Is it Robert? Not Robert Bruce. The Serious Mysteries. It'll come. He's got a regular old name. I got a couple of books I'm going to give out too. Nevertheless, in that book, I think I might have told this. There was a book called The Pale Fox. They talked to the Dogon people, and some odd years later, they invented the Hubble Space Telescope and said, "Oh shit, this African tribe had all this information before the white man could look into space. How the fuck did these niggas know that?" Now that's something that they can't leave hanging out there. So in the series Mysteries is the first I started hearing them saying aliens started doing it. Graham Hancock and all of them. They can't say niggas. They're gonna say aliens. So they ran with it, showed all of these world wonders, and said aliens did it. So when they have something like dark energy and they say scientists can't figure it out, we already know what that shit is. We know it's melanin related. And I'm sorry, that's also what dark matter is. My bad. Melanin. It's the physical representation of an energy they can't explain, which is also melanin, which is dark matter. Dark energy is something else. Dark matter, 23%, is an invisible substance that generates the needed gravitational force to maintain galaxies in a cluster formation through space. Is magnetized. Your melanin is the magnetic substance that pulls all of this shit together, and that's why they can't do it. But we are not programming or charging our melanin. In the Necronomicon, which is in this book, in fact, let me read you this, what melanin is from that perspective. Actually, that's actually a real good one. Give me 1 second. I want to read this. Oh, shit. First, I should have read that dark energy one, and I lost the page. Oh, here we go. So let me get physical matter out the way. Physical matter is the familiar particle or material of the world we see with our eyes as we live, move, and have our being within it, 4%. So your whole reality is 4%. There's another 73, 23, what's that, 96%, of course, that you are not even tapping into, folks. So you wonder why you're powerless, because your power is invisible. You understand? And until you deal with that which is in you, the hidden or the dark side, which is invisible, you're not doing nothing. These niggas could jerk you off and pull your clit all fucking day. But you the same old nigga sitting on the same old couch. You can believe that. For true change, it starts within. When did that ever fucking change? White people will tell you that shit on Lifetime, goddammit. True change starts with you. If you want to make a change, looking at the man in the mirror, what's that all about? Same point. Let me read this Necronomicon shit so we could get into some scientificals past the setup. All right, let me get to this. 1 second. Necronomicon Naga, the Necronomicon 315. All right, give me 1 second. I want to read Azathoth about melanin. 315, did I say? What melanin is on this level, Madre de Agua. All right, so Cthulhu, Azabuth. All right, so also in my first book, the Necronomicon is H.P. Lovecraft was just a regular white boy from Rhode Island, and he was a writer, and he used to have these dreams. He was known for them because when he have a dream, he would get up and write about it, and they were horror. In fact, as we know it, you if you into any of that shit, scary movies, you have H.P. Lovecraft to thank. H.P. Lovecraft, before him, horror was Dracula, the Mummy, and Frankenstein. And he started writing about this monster called Cthulhu. And this story about how Cthulhu came to Earth and this happened in wars. And he wrote a whole supporting cast that came through his dreams. What was odd about it was he can pick up where he left off or continue with the story of these dreams. So it became a collective called the Cthulhu mythos. The Cthulhu mythos, because the chief commander was Cthulhu. And people, long story short, people started calling it the Necronomicon. Then they started looking for a book called the Necronomicon, and there was no book because he was writing short stories and comics. But he also made his work public domain, meaning anybody could write on it and anybody has. He's co-signed with August Derleth and Robert Bloch on books they wrote that expanded his story. And then there was a guy named Simon who owned a bookstore. The movie Ninth Gate was loosely based and incorporated this guy Simon in it, the bookstore owner who got killed. Simon in 1977 knew Necronomicon was a public domain, and he also knew people kept walking in the store asking for the book Necronomicon, which he knew didn't exist. So he wrote a book called Necronomicon and sold it. He used Sumerian deities, and in 1977, shit went ape when he released the book. In fact, he's got a book listing all the shit. Son of Sam, gas shortage, Iraq or Iran, the hostages in Iran, and there was a couple of more fucked up things he listed that happened when he released his book. People were getting fucked up because Sumerian deities are a big deal too. Pazuzu is the one they used in The Exorcist. He wrote this and it came out. But people always wanted Lovecraft's original 7 deities from his dreams. Now, Lovecraft himself was not an occultist and said, I'm not an occultist. This is just dreams. But occultists said, fuck you out of here. Dreams ain't just dreams. Spiritualists, such as like Bobby Hemmett, niggas, brothers, let me dignify that with brothers, they actually came and talked about how black people would take white people over because our information is so lost to us. It has to come through them because they the only ones who can make it popular enough for us to do exactly what I'm doing now. Be able to get our message out of these stories or events. So I did a chapter on it. So now what I found out when I decoded it was what Lovecraft was happening. There are what they call primal versions of all your spirituality. Primal version. Primal comes from the word primary. Primary means first or one. It's the primary shit. So what's the primary shit of Kundalini? Huh? Well, y'all chilling here doing it right now. It's called Shakti. Shakti is the primal version of Kundalini. When you have to have an earth version, you call it Kundalini. When you have a primal version, it usually doesn't look that of earth. Kali is a primal mother. Kali is a primal mother. Durga, Shakti becomes the goddess. The goddess Shakti becomes the goddess Kundalini, because Kundalini is something we could work with from this human perspective. But there's also a perspective of primal, which comes off as monstrous. They, in any society, when they're showing you the monster, they're showing you something that is before the beauty that you understand as earth or humanity. So before they make it a god or a goddess that's golden, the demons are the older ones, and the gods and the goddess are the newer, younger ones taken over in mythology. For instance, in Greek mythology, the gods of Mount Olympus are the children of the Titans, of Kronos. They take over and put their forefathers in Tartarus or in hell or on earth. That's your story. All this shit called the gods, you are older than. You are what Lovecraft called in his dream the great old ones. You are the Titans. These gods, Oshun and all of them, were made from you. There's somebody in Nigeria who made that shit up through channel. pulled it down to make it have a use. There's nobody named Oshun in the sky that you should be worshiping. You got it wrong. You only worship it because you were taught through religion to be a worshiper. You worship that which is divine within you. So if I'm worshiping Oshun, I recognize it as being me, not as somebody in the sky. She represents the love I have for myself. And if I have a love for myself, because they told you this on Lifetime as well, before you can love anybody else, you must love yourself. Oshun is the ultimate in self-love. It is you. You don't worship these things. You interact, and it looks, you give an honor and sacrifice, because you don't get nothing without giving something. So even if you're giving your honor to Oshun, it is to get something. Everything is a transaction, not just a kiss-ass moment. You were taught that shit with Jesus. You need to unlearn that bullshit. Understand who the fuck you are. Stop thinking that's that bullshit from church. Save a wretch like me. And that's why these motherfuckers have dreams. Everyone had the same dream. Oshun allowed me to comb her hair. Well, I will allow you to play with my testicles. How about that? Who are you? Why are you doing that? Why is that a thing in your subconscious mind? A big deal to comb an invisible deity's hair. And you're proud. Oshun said go to the beach and get in the water. Bitch, it's winter. Knock it off. She said get some shells. There's a difference between a true intuition and you just kissing somebody's ass. And you tell me what's more likely. Your funky ass was in church since you was 6 years old. Your mama dragged you and that motherfucker told you to shut up, made you sing, this little light of mine, I'm gonna shine, shine. Made you sing all that shit. So you know you under mind control. Knock that shit off. You know you under mind control. Knock that shit off. You want to have a little bit more esteem and respect for yourself, and understand the principles of Oshun are what is divine. And if you can understand and absorb those principles, you're walking in divinity, stupid. You're walking in divinity, stupid.
No, over here, where you going?
But you have to understand higher principles of divinity.
So 10 o'clock?
And understand.
Can I hear you?
No, I got the mic
Mute,
on
right?
mute.
Okay, good.
Good. Mm-hmm.
All right, there we go. Oh yeah.
You want to get like some.
All right, so you need to understand that divinity, Hank, whatever's happening is confusing. I think.
Oh, sorry, bro. I just had somebody come in that's listening.
Yeah, I know the sister's getting relaxed. I just want to let her relax. How you doing, sis?
Hey, how you doing?
All right. We're gonna get into it.
This is our first time being exposed to Brother Panic.
Okay, hold on. It's gonna get nasty. It's gonna get nasty. You might get spit on you. Be careful. All right, so you're supposed to be dealing with the principles of Oshun.
I got it.
Yeah, it was just confused. I can hear you, Hank. It's kind of weird, your mic. All right, so you're supposed to be dealing with the higher principles of it so you can actually start to adapt this internally. These principles are supposed to save you as formulas. If you Hank, you have a mute, Hank? I can hear you talking to the sister. You good? All right. Okay.
I made it quiet, right?
Okay, that sounds good. Sound
Okay.
good. Good enough. All right, so when you worship something, let's say if I worship my phone, it's ridiculous. My phone is a tool created to serve me. Can we agree with that? My phone is a tool created to serve me at my pleasure and when I choose.
Mm.
Y'all need to understand. So is Oshun. So is Oshun. She was. Oh, is that my girl? She came in the building. Who's that? E Money?
Yeah, that's money.
Oh no, that's another
I'll
E
take
Money.
it. I'll
Another
take
E
it.
Money. What's up, E Money? How you doing? You sure you want to expose your kids to this?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, I hope her daddy cursed a lot, because that's what's gonna happen. All right, let's get it. So I don't serve my phone. It's ridiculous, in a ridiculous notion. And when I say it, y'all, I'm sure you're looking at it. That would be a stupid thing. But you need to understand these deities were created for the same purpose as your phone, to serve you at your will. But we've now turned into serving them.
Yeah.
All right. Hank, something's going on over there. You have just, I guess if you mute, you got to mute a little bit. It's literally throwing me
Pardon,
off.
bro. Pardon. I'm going
That's-
to. I'm gonna
Yeah,
knock off one of these cameras because it's making too much noise.
Okay, yeah, just something has to be muted. It's like a lot of movement that's fucking me up. Right, sounds better. All right, so let me read this Azathoth thing, so we can understand a little bit about the nature of melanin, because in his book, the Necronomicon, he's got his 7 original deities that I talked about. And those 7 original deities, I break them all down in my book as what their primal meaning means. We have a beautiful understanding of melanin and what it does, and look at the hue and look at this melanated sister and blah, 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 blah. But there's a spiritual hidden aspect to melanin. There are code words that we call gods and goddesses for these things that we see manifest in us. And why we call them gods and goddesses is like just calling in a phone to give it a purpose. They're all there to serve you, like this phone, my glasses, this water. They all have a job. And if they all had deity names, we wouldn't work. We would respect the water because it sustains our life. We would honor the water because it saves our life. We would bow to the water. We would do ritual to the water. We would incorporate the water that saves our lives by the now, but we wouldn't think it's our master. Do you understand that? We would not think it's our master.
Right.
So Oshun and the rest of them, Obatala, they're not your master. They are divine principles that master you. Obatala is your crown. He brings the light all the way down. He's the father of the Orishas. But though you talk about it in an honorable way, but know that you're talking about your own power, not a guy in the sky.
You can't be doing
So
that.
they give characteristics to different deities. So Azathoth, there's a lot. I'm gonna read about it. Azathoth is known as one of the outer gods, or the great old ones. He's known as primal chaos. Listen closely. That's a code word. Primal chaos. Chaos in the occult is melanin. Chaos means before creativity. Before creativity. Is everyone's mic muted? All right. Before creativity. And that is called potential energy, which means it can be shaped into anything. And we are actually chaos beings. We come from a time before creation We come from a time before the gods. We are titans. And the God is what? Creativity. God is the creator. So when you say you're a God here, you mastered the 7 seas, the 7 seals, the 7 chakras, the 7 continents. That makes you God. That's why 7 is connected with God. The mastery of your emotional system is you, or the mastery of the 7 makes you a God, or the mastery of creation. Your ability to pull anything you want here and to make any reality you want is when you're a God. Shalonda is a God right now because she pulled the reality she wanted. Y'all seen that motherfucking store? She pulled exactly what she wanted. That's a creator. She's creating the reality she wants. That's actually what makes you a God. All that shit you calling yourself a God, you fucking human being, you're a liar. You think like a human and you walk like a human. To live spiritually, you must put your spiritual consciousness first to guide you. And your humanity is a reaction to it. Now your humanity is guiding you and your spirituality is a reaction. Oh, that is spiritual. When we was at the Beyonce concert. Fuck that. Beyonce ain't spiritual, it's a concert. Your choice to make it spiritual. But is that really is that really where you're at? Is that really where you're at? It's up to you. You can do anything with this shit. But if you're shooting low, you're going to get low. Shoot high. To shoot high, you first have to understand the divinity in yourself. And to first understand the divinity in yourself, you have to turn your eye inwardly. Your third eye actually points downward to your heart. Because once you activate this, that's where it feeds its light from, son. So until you turn inwardly, you haven't done anything yet. So Azathoth, he's also known as the Primal Chaos and the Daemon Sultan. Azathoth is normally shapeless, chaotic mass. Why is he shapeless? Shape is formation. He's shapeless, and they're really trying to describe what you are. Before this, son, you have to factor in what you were before this to see a bigger picture. You have to look at yourself more holistically. You love saying that fucking word. But all you want to think about is holistic food. You need to see yourself as a cosmic being and what you were and what you were called and how you were defined before that. That's really going to come through hard channel. And this white boy got taken over and got these Necronomicon channels. And really, no one's been able to decode them on a nigger level until Bobby and I got a hunk of it. And again, a chapter I'm reading from my book. All right, so he has been known as to take on form when he has been summoned. He takes on form when he has been summoned. What does that mean? Okay, let me show you niggas. If he's melanin, he takes on form when we get in the sun. And you get a tan, nigga. That's the melanin coming to the front to get a message from the light. This proves Azathoth is melanin. He is mindless, bubbling, and blaspheming as he presides over the dance of the outer gods. They show you he moves through music. That's why this is such a musical planet, and every nigga you want to know wants to be a rapper. And even before that, every nigga wanted to be some sort of a fucking musician. Music is the key down here because this is how we develop melanin or develop frequencies in the melanin that actually tell the story of here. You think we're going to talk later? It's the music that we made here as a collective people that is actually going to be what we use to understand the experience here, to tell the story here. Oh, this is advanced shit, but I hope y'all getting this shit. Somebody out there, help me. Hope you're getting it. All right. A veil of color seals off the rest of the universe from the court of Azareth. Let me say it again. A veil of colors seals off the rest of the universe from the court of Azathoth. Doesn't that we're in a 7-band light spectrum? We can only see from red to violet. We cannot see with the naked eye. We need help to see ultraviolet. So while you have an ultraviolet light, you go in the club, you see all sorts of lint and shit on your face, all sorts of reality on your face that you didn't see with an ultraviolet light. Infrared light is the lowest of the spectrum. We use that for remotes, other techniques, healing, and there's a whole array of shit we can't see that you see. Some shamans see other colors. People who had near-death experiences see other colors. Those other colors that we cannot see are the veil of colors that hides us from Azathoth, from the true revealing of the full spectrum of melanin. You only have a short spectrum of melanin, and look what we're doing with it. But listen closely to these words, because it comes to the point of why I'm reading this. Melanin is programmable. Never forget, melanin is programmable. Therefore, you could program it to do some dumb shit like Milli Vanilli as well. And if you're under mind control, then they can control you through stimulating your melanin through fear, through light simulation, through chakra color, through the chakra colors, advertisement, primarily through fear. Then there's just straight repetition, trauma, and symbols. You see all three in movies. Regular movies will traumatize you and mind control your ass. The Conjuring and shit like that. So they know how to work you. You just don't know how to work yourself, because you got to understand, yet again, programmable. Melanin, programmable. All right. All right. In court of Azathoth. This is where conventional law. Okay. Well, let me read this line again. A veil of color seals off the rest of the universe from the court of Azathoth. This is where conventional laws of space and time break down. Quantum world. You heard? You're here what you're hearing. They're saying Azathoth sits at the gateway where he can show up in this world, by if summoned, which he did. That's the melanin we possess. But he sits in a world veiled between colors, which are just light frequencies. That's what colors are, people. And if he sits in this veil, it's where conventional laws of space and time break down. That's a quantum world. Azathoth only leaves his throne if summoned through incarnation or through special portals. Same thing. He can't. That's how we got here. The special portals are sigils and seals. The universe is separated from Azathoth. So what they're saying is, through certain sigils and seals, you can get, which we know are gateways. So you can open up gateways in melanin through dealing with seals of Azathoth, which he has, which I believe are on my website. Or you could just find on any website. Look for the seals of Azathoth. And you can work with your melanin with that. Are y'all hearing me? And Bobby put up some, what they call them, Shri, the Indian shit. What was it, Shri Mantra? He had a name. There was a particular name that all you had to do was scry into it, and it would help straighten out your melanin. I'll find it for you. I'll walk in the room before we go. I don't want to read too much of this. Color red. Let me see. No. Oh, well, okay. Let's see. Okay, Azathoth, just for information, Azathoth has also been compared to the Egyptian god Aten, the sun disk. Azathoth is called the leader of the 12 dancing gods. connecting to the 12 zodiac. Some writers have connected Azathoth to the Gnostic god Yaldabaoth, a creator of the universe. Azathoth has been connected to nothingness, space, the silence of space. The depiction of nothingness in occult science has been described as the realm of chaos. All of this is describing melanin hands down. But without reading off the head, Azathoth is known for he's the drunk. There's the professor. What's up, professor?
Peace.
Peace. How you doing? Thanks for coming.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yes. All right, so I'm glad you're here. That's Melanie Doja. She has a channel. Tell everybody about your channel so they could come.
The channel on YouTube is The Spirit Doula, and you'll see Professor Melanie to differentiate me from someone else.
Yes, indeed. Good job on that one, because we got confused in the beginning.
Yep.
All right, so the professor is in the building. Thank you, sis.
Thank you.
All right, so Azathoth is known as the blind god, who dances and plays his flute. I think it's broken flute, and he's just spinning out creativity to no end, where he's creating drunk, fucked up motherfuckers. Well, this is melanin. It spins and has endless creativity, but if no one's in the control of it, it turns into what you niggas have turned into. You know what I'm saying? It turns into all them shits you seen going viral. It turns into fucking Kodak Black and them motherfuckers. You understand what I'm saying? It turns into drill music. It turns into fucking East Coast versus West Coast beef. We are in the realm of where Azathoth, the blind god, is spinning out of control. Your melanin is out of control. That's what they're saying. We don't have control of it. And your melanin is dealt with through light. And when you close your eyes, you are turning on inner lights. Out of darkness comes light. So remember last week when I told you, you see lights and faces and images when you close your eyes. Originally, you'll see, if I'm looking at a light bulb, you'll see that. But after you move away from the physical light, by looking at the top of your head, your third eye comes on and it starts to show you inner light. That inner light is the light of Azathoth. And because our thoughts are anxious, fearful, and out of control, we are running as the blind, drunk god, out of control of our own selves. The in control starts with, as Michael Jackson said, the man in the mirror. To live spiritually, you have to shift how you think. It's not hard. It's just more subtle, and you have to have a certain faith in yourself. That's the first thing you have to start trying to knock down. Your own negative thoughts of, I can't do it. It doesn't seem like it's working. Am I doing it right? Just tell yourself, fuck yeah, I'm doing it right. It's not really hard to do. It's not really hard to accomplish. Now, again, listen to 2 weeks ago, listen to the last show for details on meditation, because that's going to, once you start to do those practices, you're going to start again to notice subtle things. And you're going to have to start making choices based upon spirituality. So now let me introduce another concept called mental alchemy, which, hold on 1 second. Let me cut this off. All right. So let me introduce this concept called what do you call it? Mental alchemy, which I talked about a little bit on the show before, but now we're gonna unpack it a little bit more. Alchemy is false when they tell you it's turning lead to gold. That's a concept. Maybe some white people did that. And if they said Da Vinci did it, think about this for a second, because this entered my mind. If they said Da Vinci accomplished turning lead to gold, but the Anunnaki ran out of gold, And they had to come all the way here and go undercover, become reptilians, and do all the shit they're doing to get gold. They couldn't just look up Da Vinci, or they could fly here, but they don't have the same technology that Da Vinci had to turn lead to gold or anything to gold. See how it makes no sense when you really, that's what we need to do more too. And maybe we'll get there in the show, how to unpack the bullshit by dealing with what you know. With what you know, that's truly the law of correspondence. To be able to say, this is what I know, how does that measure up? Where does this thing connect at in terms of concept? And we'll find it falls down. If you're going to say Da Vinci did that, he turned lead to gold, why would anyone need to leave a planet who's more advanced than us, who can fly here and turn reptilian skin into human skin? Why don't they just do what Da Vinci did, or better, or go to a planet where there's nothing but lead and nobody and turn it all to gold, or find another planet with gold on it, whatever the fuck? The story doesn't make sense. And not to mention that everyone knows this, not everyone, but it is a false story. Zachariah Stitchin is where it originated from, and he was paid. He was paid to write some of that bullshit. So it is made up, and we hold on to it, seeing motherfuckers. We know we see Neo fly. We seen Superman fly in the 80s, but then we see a video where nigga closes his eyes and go, oh shit, they doing something. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, we seen niggas fly. Neo walks through walls. You think they ain't making this shit up? They will make up that the queen is a fucking reptile. She's the one putting out the info. They will make that shit up just so you could think in your mind they of a mystical superpower that is beyond you. Because that's the fucking point. For you to start believing that they're beyond you. They want you to believe that all of this shit is beyond you. Even when you pray to Oshun, they want you to believe she's beyond you. They trained you with church. You think church was to get you to learn the shit that was in the books? Fuck no. It was to get you to learn how to think about your reality. And your reality of something outside of you that's going to save you. Because no matter where you go, it's something outside of you. Crypto, the fucking economy, fucking copper onks, fucking not eating this, beginning to eat that is going to save you. No one says, what if I could save my fucking self? What if I can save myself? No one says that because you're weak, you're scared, you're under mind control, fearful, have no confidence in yourself. You walk around with a bunch of Rubiganis and Hoteps with your chest out. But I deal with your mind and your fucked up reality. People can't even get over their goddamn childhoods, which is most necessary to get this done. They want to ignore it. Most people in this grouping are in this grouping because nobody would fuck with them because they're fucked up. So when they find a group that says, you know, I don't like the mainstream, they just say, yeah, because the mainstream ain't fucking with them because they fucked up, but they not conscious. They just go along with whatever the community standards are, whatever moral humanity system you made. No, we don't do that. We don't say that. We can't do that. That's all control mechanisms. That's all mechanisms of control that feed into former mind control. Those things are what you're fighting. You're not trying to learn this. You're trying to get the bullshit that was taught to you out of your head. You're trying to get your training out of your head. You don't have to learn what you are. Monkeys don't have to learn how to smell other monkeys' asses. They just know that's where their nose goes. Y'all need to smell more monkey ass. Let me tell you, it's natural. What I found, the hardest part of getting into it was the voices in my own head that told me I was doing nothing. Because in your early meditations, well, I can't say my meditations, I started when I was a kid, but when I really wanted to turn it up, and it was not really meditations, is by the time, and we'll get there as well, I got into candle magic and crystal work and things that were ritualistically physical to start making my world that world. And there was constant voices of, fuck you lighting this candle for, that shit ain't on, you look stupid. All your friends would laugh at you if they seen you doing this. You just holding the crystal. Oh, you're gonna sleep with a crystal between your nuts, whatever, nigga. Am I doing something? And then the results you get are like aha moments. But truthfully, you guys get aha moments now. You just don't focus in on them. So now I was getting more aha moments, not knowing, listen, guys, not knowing, Autumn, that my intuition was waking up. So I was getting more, yeah, that kind of makes, But I'm thinking I'm just a smart guy, not thinking that the candle magic, the crystal magic, the fairy work, the altar work, the astral traveling, the work there, the books I was reading and studying was working towards reforming my mind, and that inner voice was now starting to speak up more. I didn't know that was the goal. I'm just thinking, and that was a big deal because, and I think it's one of the reasons Bobby Hemmett took a shine to me somewhat, because I wasn't trying to go for something. I just was trying to see what would happen. You know what I'm saying? I was already privy to meditations. I was just trying to see what would happen. Most people want an agenda. I'm gonna light this candle because I need to pay my rent. You get what I'm saying? Never was like that. It was like, I just want to see if I could make some shit happen. The first thing I did was this shit. Check this shit out. We'll talk to Salam on this one. Check this one out, Salam. I was like, if magic is real, I want to see Thelma from Good Times. Now I was like, God damn it, why did I think of that? It's never going to happen. Word is bond, son. From the time I said it, it had to be 2 to 3 months later. I was working in IT. I was down on 9th Street near the Village. Village is on 8th Street. I was on Broadway and 9th. So we used to naturally go to 14th Street for lunch, a couple of blocks up. There was a bookstore called The Strand, which is real big. And there was another little bookstore on the side. Bobby Hemmett actually put this fucking Atlantean nigga came to New York and put me up on this shit. Start with an independent bookstore. In fact, I found the book Dirt in there, the original one, and out of print shit. And I went in that bookstore, and it was behind, whatever was behind Broadway. I think it may be 3rd Avenue. It is. I went to Blimpies. I remember this day specifically. Ate at Blimpies, went into the bookstore, walked around on 14th Street, and boom! Thelma from Good Times, nigga. Where's one? I just stood there in the street because she was walking like up the street with her daughter, who is fine as shit, too. And they're walking towards me, and I just looked like a stupid ass fan because I stood there and was staring like, what? Like, and it wasn't really her at that moment. It was like, magic works, nigga. Like, how the fuck? Yo, I was blown the fuck away. I was like, Thelma from Good Times. Remember that nigga Thelma. I was on that shit. Remember when she danced? I remember that shit from the 70s, nigga. When she danced to Native New Yorker. That shit came on. You're a native New Yorker. She was doing all of that. One of them talent shows they have to save rent. You know what I mean? So she, Michael came out saying one of his goofy ass songs. Today is Sunday, and we get off on the Monday. I was like, Mike, sit down, Mike. Yo, I heard he's super conscious. Michael from Good Times, the militant midget. Like, I heard he's super gay, but he's super conscious. Like, he did shit with, like, went to Africa and got Fila. What's his name? Fila. and shit on that level. He was working, but Thelma did that dance. I remember that in the 70s. So, Ma, I need to go in the room. I need to go in the room and fix something. Like Thelma fine. So when she popped around that corner, that gave me royal confidence. I said, okay, you can magnetize anything you want. The second thing was in Brooklyn, even though I was all in Brooklyn and I was ensconced and there was places to go, around my neighborhood, they didn't have a botanica. And they didn't have a good Jamaican spot in Brooklyn around me. You had to travel for it. I said, if I could get those two motherfucking things right next door to each other, a botanica and the Jamaican spot. The botanica, though, was owned by my girl who used to work at the botanica I used to go to downtown. She's like, what the fuck are you doing? I said, what the fuck are you doing over here? She was scared because, she stole half the shit to get her shit stocked. So she thought, motherfucker, I was like, aha, bitch, because they were still stocking. I was like, I was just thinking about Botanica, ding. She said, yeah, we came with my sister, da. I said, all right, watch this shit. I'm a bless your shit. I drew a panic on the wall. And I said, oh, this is going to be my spot. Went to sleep. I seen lines and lines outside the store. I said, y'all going to be straight. And they had lines and lines outside the store. And then the Jamaican spot did good. That's when I knew it, but I already seen Thelma. So I wasn't as blown away, but that's when I knew it. Another thing that was big when I was out here, Chinese food, New York, that's like, Chinese food is like the word the, you know what I'm saying? And so I went, when we got here in New York, they use onions and bean sprouts in the rice. Phenomenal. And out here they use peas and carrots. Now peas and carrots is some school lunch shit. You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck eats that? You know what I'm saying? So I was done with it. So now I haven't eaten beef since the 80s, pork since the 80s. Still chicken. Rarely eat fish. And so I said, I'm gonna stop for a while. 3 months. Word is born. I dreamt about going to the Chinese restaurant every day. And I just couldn't get there. But it was the Chinese restaurant in my hood, Wong's. I said, I think I'm supposed to eat chicken. I can't, I just keep, how you eat the whole, the two flat part of the wings, how you put the whole thing in your room and just eat that shit off like that. I just kept seeing myself doing this shit. Listen, I know you listen. I want you to hear me. I stopped eating beef in the 80s. For real. Not because it was spiritual, because I said, yuck. Lamb, that's disgusting. I hated meat. I hate the taste of it. Pork in the 80s, beef in 91. Beef followed pork, my bad. Pork in the 80s, beef in 91. So getting off of meat, we ain't talking dreams and having this kind of shit going on. I was off of it. I was over it. Niggas like, how you doing? I was like, nigga, please, I don't even want it. You know what I'm saying? And it had nothing to do with nothing spiritual or conscious. I just didn't want it. Your body should dictate your diet. And lo and behold, when I tried to stop eating chicken, I thought it'd just be another. That chicken was like, hell no, nigga. You know me and you got a thing, nigga. Well, I ain't just leaving that easy. I got all my shit in here. I bought that TV. I fixed the garage. I put the white walls on your car. I ain't leaving nowhere, bitch. I'm like, yo, come on, man. We need to break up for a while. It's like, nah, nigga, I gave you enough time, nigga. Here you go. And so I'm going to the grocery store, and in my neighborhood down the block, and they're giving out flyers for a new Chinese restaurant. Like, nigga, wipe my ass, nigga. So I finally fucking said, fuck it. Let me just do what niggas do and go eat here. I got home, opened that white carton, and seen them onions and bean sprouts. Nigga, I seen light come from that shit. I said, holy fuck. Oh, I should have got more duck sauce, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know, nigga. I didn't, you want duck sauce? Give me a couple. I'd have got it. No, let me get it. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, nigga. I ate that shit for like 6 months straight. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I was already out here 5 years and missed it. So I knew I pulled that. But again, that didn't surprise me. But that was after a 3-month hiatus. And that all that energy, I kept seeing a Chinese restaurant. And then she was, of course, she's got bean sprouts and what's his name? So by the second month, she goes, yo, you from New York? I said, yeah, how you know? She said, cause you order whole wings. Whole wings is New York. Here they the wingettes. Says you the only one. She said, you really order the whole wings a lot. I said, yeah, you from New York too, because you put bean sprouts in it. I said, that's why your line is around the corner. She said, yeah, I'm from Queens. I said, yeah, I'm from Queens too, bitch. Magnetized. She's my whole. I'll call her right now. We can just chat. Yo, what up, baby? You know what I'm saying? I don't eat that shit hardly anymore, but she's still my nigga. You know what I'm saying? She's like, hey, what's up, nigga? How you, nigga? Hotep, nigga. Now she's just a real bitch. But magnetism. So these, and that's just a skinny, that's just along the line of a subject. I could tell you a whole world, but just along the line of, I started to recognize magnetism, and there's no limit to the magnetism. Because you would think, well, I'm going to magnetize like the best this or the best that, or a nice apartment, maybe a good job, but you can actually rearrange reality. And that's what I was finding out. Even it's weird and it's unexplainable, as I talked about, in any science that we can't explain. That's what we call magic. It's all a science, but there is a certain rhythm here. And once you go inside, you're going to find that rhythm. It's a universe, one verse song. When you go inside, you're going to get into the one flow or the one song. So when you magnetize, or you're working to magnetize, that lady's also working to magnetize a spot for her botanica, a spot for the Jamaican spot. Magically, because we don't understand the science, we all meet at a head somewhere. And so it showed me that there's no level. Thelma from Good Times, just to see her live. I mean, I've seen her live before because I lived on Roosevelt Island, and she's got people over there. And she's from Brooklyn. She's a real hood chick. So I've seen her walk before, but I said, this time I'm going to make it a point of running into her. And it showed me in those cases that there's no boundary to what you can magnetize once you start closing your eyes. It is like exercise. Do not close your eyes once and expect to be fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. You got to stick with it. You got to find what your niche is in meditation. And of course, again, go refer to last week's show where I simplified it. And like I said, once you start seeing results, your spirit is going to go hard in the beginning. It's almost like when it's sleeping, there's all your ants. First of all, let me say this. You also have ancestors that want to speak to you. But because our focus is in this world, they cannot. They can only deal with the light of the inner world. And until you turn those lights on, brothers, sisters, until you turn those lights on, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. They cannot speak to you. So when Khadijah gets readings, sometimes she'll get with people and there's a flood of motherfuckers. Tell that bitch I said. Tell that motherfucker I said. And when he gets back, tell him I said, because they can't tell you themselves. The thickest thing in the universe, the only true evil, they say, in the universe is human thought. And we are ensconced in it. You think you're not, but you are. You are ensconced in human thought. They make sure there's something for you to do every moment as a human being. And if you don't know how to divorce from those moments, and that's through meditation, you're going to be stuck and under control, under the assumption and belief that you are in control. You think you're in control? Don't pay rent this month. You think you're in control? Don't pay your gas bill this month. Think you're in control? Tell your boss, I feel like taking a couple of days off just cause. You feel like you're in control? Walk outside with your left titty. The world will show you what controls you. There's places women can't walk or go and dare to go. You're not in control. You're under the illusion of control because you're able to pick your toothpaste. The true control comes in when you allow your higher, I don't even want to say higher self, when you allow that which dwells within to work with you. And once you wake up that within, then you actually have access to ancestors, because then they can speak to you. They can speak to you and get through every once in a while through your dense human thing, but that is them going all the way out yelling. When I did Gavin and Yvonne Frost's book on astral travel, it's called Astral Travel, Gavin and Yvonne Frost. The first half of the book is okay, but the second half of the book describes a lot of what you would come across in the astral world. And at this time, that's what I was studying. And this is in some 08 or 06 era. And yeah, about 06. And when one of they talked about it and it did happen, I was starting to drift off to sleep. And I heard people actually summoning me, like they were calling me the same way we call on the spirit. I felt the shit pulling. Like, whoa, nigga, what? And I literally went to this fucking world. They had a problem we could equate it to white people. They had a name for the shit too. And I probably wrote it down at the time. And I remember trying to tell them, I said, oh, there's no problem. I said, the world is over when you look for the greenhouse effect. If y'all having the greenhouse effect, then y'all good. And I realized they couldn't hear me. And I'm with these niggas on the bus and all these places. And I realized in the dream, oh shit, I'm a spirit. So I have to keep saying it to him. So I had to get in his ear and kept going, when the greenhouse effect, and he was hearing it through what? His intuition. He started saying, there's something about the weather. I said, oh shit, when I got up and analyzed this, and it's in Gavin and Yvonne Frost's book, that people will call you for other work once you become a level of light. There was another one where they called me and pulled me in this old church. And because they talked about, let's say you're a Christian, remember when you die, it's your mind. So when you go to the astral world, you're building your house. Astral world is not heaven and it's not a permanent place. It's still connected here. Most people build a house because they either need more to get out, or they may find they need to bring their asses back down here. So, or they're stuck and don't know how to move forward. And that's why they have you in Christianity and because you don't know how to move forward through death. So and again, I got a whole lecture on what to do when you die. I got fucking over 18 hours of that shit. 12 hours of straight lecturing on what to do when you die. You're welcome, niggas. You're welcome. Sitting there looking like, yeah, that's the biggest question your niggas got. What to do when you die. You're scared of it. They control you by it. To know that is priceless. And the Egyptians knew it through the pyramid text. That's where they wrote it down. And it wasn't being able to decode it until now. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's the biggest deal on people's heads. What to do when you die. Oh, niggas. Oh, niggas. So you want to be able, let me get this shit right here right now. I'm telling you, yo, spirits are eating the shit out of this shit. I used to eat it, and it's nostalgic because it's my grandmother. She used to have these shits. She had a bunch of shit. It was motherfucking Neverland at her house on Roosevelt Island. But she had the premium shit too. I used to always fuck with this Cadbury shit. Nigga, believe it. It's back. Thank you, Nana. All right, so what was the fuck I was talking about? Anyone remember? Before the death thing, I was starting to talk about something. Doesn't matter. The inner light that needs to come on, oh, I remember, is how your ancestors actually are able to talk to you, to speak heavier through your intuition for guidance. Now, also note this: your ancestors are not people in the sky who give a fuck what you do. And then I've also heard people say shit like the ancestors are watching and looking and they're all disappointed. No, there's nobody with they're not up there. Email. There's no up there for them to stand around and worry about what the fuck you doing in the state of Earth. They are beyond Earth. Fuck, you can give a fuck if you niggas is figuring out the economy. They are in a place where they are feeling no pain. So what do they want to do? Look down and be upset that your ass can't figure shit out? Nigga, they're sitting there going, well, this bitch gonna die anyway when she dies. Because this is not the point. What are we here for? You are here for one and one thing only. To not become a fucking animal. Do you understand that? That's what the zodiac is all about. Y'all niggas is so late. Every single animal has a power. Did you ever notice that? You can't do what a polar bear does. Go try to live in the ice. Do what a penguin does. Do what a fucking pigeon does. Shit, fuck flying, eating shit off the floor. That's magical, nigga. You throw some shit on the floor, pigeon just show up and just be like, whatever, nigga. I don't know where this bread is from, but fuck it. But flying, rats in their immune system. If you had a rat's immune system, you'll be considered a god. So understand, Christianity, God put all the animals here first. Then Adam came and named them. Because Adam sits as the king or the crown of the animal world. And man sits in duality within the animal world. The ability to rise to his higher self under these conditions in an animalistic like environment. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing, Professor? We take food away from niggas. In a week, they'll be eating each other. Talking about we love the black community. They'll be eating each other in a fucking week. They did that experiment in New Orleans when they put all them people in the stadium. And they was raping women for rations. That's what's real. These so-called civilized, I love you, neighbor, Hotep brother shit, be eating each other in a week. You're only civilized because you think there's a certain order in your life. They take resources, basic shit away. Let this be the only thing of water between you and my family for a week. We'll see if we walk out of that goddamn cave hugging. See you next week. Okay. Ain't none of that. Shit, get down. You got to feed your kids, your baby. Shit starts turning, and you may not, or whatever, but you can see the circumstances for where animal comes out. When you was that civilized Hotep PTA mama, and it will come, you seen white people turn into animals. That's really what you're fighting. You failed and have to come back if you didn't get past your animalistic nature. So humanity is on the duality. You could either stand up and be upright, and that ain't got nothing to do with the morals and the manners that you fake in the black community. Nothing to do with it. That's fake. That's made up. And as soon as you leave, guess what? Them niggas say, I hate that bitch. Come on. Stop me when I'm lying. Raise your hand if you think I'm lying to somebody. Soon as you leave, fuck that bitch. I ain't doing that shit. That bitch always this and that. They the same niggas. Nothing's changed internally. And if you satisfy yourself with external change, you're satisfying yourself with illusion. And I'm not satisfied with a mirage. I want to know that which is real, and the only thing I can control and investigate is in me. And it turns out when I turn myself inside, I turn things on. Out of darkness comes light. You are a light being, but you are living in your animalistic self. You just don't think you are. You live like an animal because you got to pay rent. You got to hustle, milk for your kids. You know, my boy told me this to show you what mind control is. He's going to the Dominican Republic to get pussy. What else? You know, they go over there. Oh, hello, daddy. You know, they think these niggas got more money than them. So he's like, wow, it's really beautiful over here. You know, I heard everyone was starving. Know what she said? Starving? Look at the trees, niggas. There's food all around you. And he just said it just didn't occur to him. And that's because you have an American mindset. Everything you must buy. Food is in the world. You're under the illusion here that you're in some best country with some opportunity that you're not taking advantage of in the black communities. This fucking shit is made up. America is nothing but warmongers around the world, stealing your fucking resources around the world. While you sit around and go, we shouldn't have dropped the bomb on them like that. We fucked up. And nigga, they ain't think about you ain't no we. They doing it to you. To you. While they give you this fucked up mentality that has you fucking stuck on them. I thought it was all poor around here. I thought y'all was starving. You said starving is the one thing we ain't got a problem with. Look around. Beautiful cassava melons. All over the place. And, you know, so you want to kind of divorce yourself from that group mentality, or keep the group mentality in its proper place, because you still have fun in groups. If you're a social being, be social, but no, that ain't going to make you spiritual or a better person. It just makes you act better in front of others. And if you satisfy yourself with that, good for you. Me, no go. You have to get off of that. That social mentality also comes from church. This is our mind control. It's so bad that I find all I can do is lead people. I used to talk about spirituality for years, documented. Now I need to talk about how silly niggas are to get through spirituality, because this internet climate has gotten worse. The people who so-called teaching you decided not to teach you, but decided to do exactly what your sickness is. They decided to buy into your sickness. Because it's harder to help. It's harder for me to keep saying this shit over and fucking over to try to give you a cure for some of this shit that ails you. It's kind of easy if I say, well, they're already following me. So I might as well tell them what they want to hear and get more followers. Y'all understand that's what's going on with you? That's how y'all being played, Autumn. That's how they are playing you. Wake up, Autumn. Wake up, Autumn. Wake up. Remember that era? Wake up. Wake up. I should stand outside and do that shit whenever there's a black occasion. Wake up, Mookie. Stay black, Mookie. Mookie, stay black. I got it, and I'm gone. All right, Chloe. Let me see. When the first ancestor that really spoke loud and clear to me, I set up my altar. One of the best things I've ever done, and we'll probably do a show where it encompasses more detail. The best thing I've ever done was set up an altar, a certain space that I can physically use symbols to manipulate the reality that I want. So, well, this is on my altar just because I think it's fucking cool. Sai Baba's on this one. I'm just pulling the stuff that's around me. Let me make sure I'm on the camera right. Stop lining this fucker up. Sai Baba. That's the man. He's up here. Every fucking organ piece that I get from every fucking body. Organ. Everywhere I go, that seems to be the most special gift you can fucking get. Organ. Where's more organ? I'm sure it's around here. I don't see any more. But here we go. This one is so stuck to the all shapes and sizes of organ. Hold on, let me get back to my page. All shapes and sizes of organ. This has been Organ Central. So you put anything or any symbol that means something, you know. This is a belt buckle. I remember getting this in the village. Because what I'm doing is I know the meaning of the symbol. I know what it feels to me. That this picture tells 1,000 words to me. 1,000 words that I want to say. It's a belt buckle, but Baron Samedi. Well, shit, just a dark nigga with a skull that I like. Let's make him closer. And again, it's a belt buckle. But he's up. I had him for years. And once I know or put in my head the purpose, the feeling, the mood, the intention, it serves me symbolically to my subconscious in that way without me interacting with it. Ultimately, that's the goal. You don't want to interact with what you're doing. You don't want to interact. You want it to be automatic pilot. You know what I'm saying? You pull your pants down, dick gets hard. You don't have to say, oh, or if you do have to say, okay, it's time, then you know you got a problem. You took something that is innate, spiritual, something that is under control, and put it under the control of your humanity. So, or here's how you do that as well. When the young woman goes, I don't know, I've just never always getting wet, or I never had a problem, or I always do this, or I always do that. You program yourself with that. Your vagina and whatever works just like anybody else. Penises work just like everybody else. When you tell, no, I got this and I got that and I got the other thing. I'm like, shit, whatever you got in your penis, crooked to the left, crooked to the right, there's a crooked vagina to the left and a crooked vagina to the right. Find that crooked hole. Mm-hmm. So, but don't look down on yourself. Most of us look down on ourselves for things like that. All of those things matter. Like I said, that's why I'm going in every way, because all of those things have to get back under your thought umbrella, under your control. And how we feel and think about ourselves is the key. I started just to think of myself as unbreakable. In every thought that I got to the contrary, I just would not listen to it. After that Thelma era, I just said, fuck it. Let me get oils. I'm going to start fucking with magical oils. I putting oils on motherfuckers. Man, I just said, I'm going to see the results I want to see. Who's the person saying I can't see what I want to see? That's really the key. You start to realize there's nothing holding you back but you. That's the realization. The first realization when you look within, that what truly freedom is. The freedom to create yourself in any reality you choose, even down here. We mastered that already. What we're trying to master, listen now to this. What we're trying to master is having that same spiritual dignity through this animalistic jungle. If you could do that, you won the game. And it ain't got nothing to do with saying Hotep, holding your heart, or wearing beads. It has everything to do with an inner knowing that you come to realize. I know where I'm from and I know where I'm going, period. And everything in between, I'm controlling as best to my ability. Trying to keep what Spike Lee also said, trying to keep my bugging out said it, trying to get my dick hard in the cruel world for the black man or whatever he said. Trying to keep my dick hard. Same thing, trying to keep it hard in a cruel world. You know what I'm saying? And that's the point. That's the game you chose to play. If you succumb to it, that's your return trip. That's your return trip. You're trying not to succumb to your human nature. That's why they'll say Jesus is supernatural. Well, you got nature, then supernatural means supernature. What's your supernature? Spirituality. To be supernatural or to be supernatured is to be in your true nature. To have a human nature is trying to figure out when's the next fucking score in crypto. When do you get your metaverse glasses? That's being superhuman. Supernatural or supernatured is to be of a spiritual nature and a spiritual mentality. That's facts. And it's not hard to do. Alchemy is where we started, and I was leaving off, and I definitely want to make this point. Alchemy led to gold. In occult doesn't mean that bullshit that they said Divinity did, which he may not have done. And it also puts the reptilian theory in a deeper question. But what it is in the occult is actually changing from one substance to the other. And the alchemy is supposed to happen internally. The lead is the human body. The gold is you, the golden god. Why do you think the Egyptians were buried in gold? Not only did it just reflect the sun, gold, if you drop the L, is God. If you're a golden god, that means you've done the alchemy. Oh, I am a golden god. I promise you that. I say that shit with no ego. I went on that lemon cleanse diet. I've been here 14 years. So it had to be, well, if I was still in IT, it was 2006. I did that lemon cleanse and literally started turning gold. Literally started turning scary gold. Not just like, oh, you look cute, Panic. Your hue. No, this was in the winter, and I went into the bathroom. And I said, what in the fuck? I was like, yo, I'm literally glowing. You know, kids have it. I had it when I was a kid. I can show you pictures where you have a hue, but by the time you start growing, that hue turns into nigger. You know what I'm saying? But you have, like, young kids will still have a glow in their skin, in their tonality. You could still see it in Khadijah. And Khadijah, my sister, are twins, skin twins. You put their arm to arm, it'll be exactly equal. And they both have this golden hue. My sister and I had it. I was a little bit darker. Mine will come out in the summer. I'll change colors, eye color. Hers will kind of stay with her and still gets even more pronounced in the summer. Same thing with Khadijah. And I can't remember why I brought that shit up. Anyway. Oh, okay. I know I brought it because we are naturally golden people. We have already that. And some of us already come from that. Come down here to bring others back in the game. There are certain souls that are new and ready to go where we go in the game. Welcome to the world of the true world of Pangea. And you can't say you ain't getting instructions because I've been giving them shits. I came down here to give them. So when you at the pearly gates of Pangea, don't try to name drop. I was fucking with Brother Panic. You better come with the alchemy, son. Yo, is Panic in there? They go, yo, Panic. I'm outside. Like, nigga, you better know the mathematics to get in here. And there's different areas. People come down here with different things. Primarily is one goal, not to become an animal. Islam is made up so you don't become an animal. So white people who are already animals, see, when you first look, look at white people when you made them. Caves on all fours, and then the Moors went over to get the animal out of them. Are y'all paying attention? What did they say? Music calms the savage beast. Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, and all of them were black people, Moors. Shakespeare, through the word, was a black man, Moors. These were niggas that went over there to try to get these animals. Read that book, Dirt, by Terrence McLaughlin. That will show you a whole, from the caves to Europe today, of what and who they are, and you will vomit while reading this shit. It said one of the popes or cardinals were buried. They never take off their clothes. When they took off their clothes, they said at his funeral, it looked like his head was moving. There were so many fleas. They said a man is known by his fleas. Anywhere you walk in Europe, there's shit on the floor because there was no sewer system. He said a common insult was wherever you were, just to pick up anything on the floor and just throw it on a person, because it guaranteed would be throwing shit on it. Everywhere they stepped this shit. Chivalry, where you walk on the inside of the building and the woman walks on the outside, was because they dumped shit and piss out the windows and the man would be willing to take the hit. Chivalrous. Remember when they throw the puddle, Bugs Bunny, over the puddle, his jacket over the puddle? They said because in those areas is where, because there's no sewer system, shit and piss accumulated. They would throw their jacket on, let a woman walk away, and just put the jacket back on. Nasty motherfuckers. You ever see Popeye with that one piece with the two buttons on the back on the ass? They invented that because they never took off their clothes for years. They said the queen may have gotten a bath every once a year. Maybe. They said they invented vaccines there. They had no immunity. And they figured out if you put a little bit of whatever it is in you, you create an immunity. Rats and this and that. So they used to cut the pus bubbles off the lepers, make a milk out of it, and drink the pus bubbles. They slept in the house with their animals on the floor with them. That was their most valuable shit. They go into what happened in the caves, how they got out of them, and all that. These are animals. This is what you can revert back to. This is what, in so many ways, you organizedly have revert back to. You don't believe me? Go listen to drill music. You're an organized animal. Go to Chicago and live. You're an organized animal. They got you back. Crips and Bloods before that. Tupac fucking Shakur. CIA agent ass bitch nigga. Everybody, oh, Tupac. I lived through that shit. Corny. Damn mama, you all appreciate it. Oh, kiss ass song. Anybody could win with that. If I made a song, Black Girl, you are truly magic. Who's gonna say, you know something? Black girls ain't magic. They doing that bullshit now to keep you away from magic. They tell you the stupid shit you doing is magic. That's a hustle. You won't do anything else if they can tell you magic now. It's like you having sex and the girls keep going. You go, no, bitch, you orgasmed already. Black girl magic. No, you got to do the magic, nigga. You said, no, I know when I bust off. So if y'all ain't going, black girl magic is one thing. Starting with meditation and your spiritual prowess. Our spiritual prowess is just happening by accident now. So, you know, we fighting for our babies and something magical or something breakthrough happens, or that is ancestors working with you. Ancestors are not people. They are energy signatures left behind with characteristics that you can magnetize. Alchemy is truly supposed to happen in your head. It's actually a name for it. It's called mental alchemy. But see, if they keep telling you lead to gold, you'll never even think about that. But if you know, like I'm telling you now, that alchemy led to gold happens in your thoughts. It's your shift in how you think of yourself and how you choose to think of the world that is the alchemy. I was doing this stuff and After a while, I started hearing my own thoughts was the one dragging me down. No, white man, you're not good enough. You're not, maybe that ain't going to work. How lighting the candles going to work? How holding the crystals going to work? How putting that oil on somebody's going to work? How that's going to work? How this going to work? Is she really reading me? Am I really reading this? Am I hearing this in my head, or is they really saying it to me? Well, I just stopped listening to that voice. That was the breakthrough. I just just kept doing it. I said, fuck it. Even if it ain't working, I'm still doing it. I feel it's working. I did everything and anything, took a bath and anything and everything. But the key is what I was doing was mental alchemy. I was pushing myself to believe this was my reality till it became my reality. Now you should understand what fake it till you make it really means. People say fake it till you make it as an excuse, but fake it. Remember in the Matrix, he said, why is my nose bleeding if this is all fake? Your mind makes it real. So when I kept doing these things, the altars, the fairies, the crystals, the candle work, and the meditations and the book reading, I was making my mind make it real. And due to sciences we don't know, I magnetized every single thing that brings me joy. Shit, I didn't even know this was something that was so deep in me. But was it really? I mean, I made my first record at age 17. I'm from Queensbridge. Marley's family used to babysit me. My grandmother got Marley summer jobs. So knowing Marley Marl was the greatest thing you could ever accomplish in the early days of rap, because there was no place in the world rap was being played or exposed anywhere until WBLS. First WLIB, where Mr. Magic asked Bob Lee, Dr. Bob Lee, another radio personality who happened to live in Queensbridge, I need a DJ, a young engineer that can play records while I talk, Mr. Magic. He brought him to Queensbridge. Marley was playing music in the park. Marley was the type of nigga that takes shit apart, put it back together to understand it. When he seen that, hired him immediately, and then they were the first entities in the universe to play rap music systematically. Then, of course, competition did the same thing. They had a weekend show from 9 a.m. to 12, Saturday and Sunday. So Marley, oh shit, that's a freebie. So Marley wasn't fucking with niggas in the hood. Niggas was giving him grief over it. So I had this young nigga, Hot Day, he was a DJ. We went to a seminar and we was walking around. Me, Hot Day, Trash became the intelligent hoodlum. And he's Trash Gaddafi now. And then he eventually brought Noriega in the game. But he was in the Juice Crew. He was big within the South. Trash was young. Nobody heard of Trash. And he was like a little brother. We walking around, then we run into the room where Marley and Magic is. I can't remember the whole argument because I talked to Hot Day and he reminded me. We were saying something. Marley wasn't giving us no love. And Mr. Magic said, who's that? Marley said, that's just some groupies from around the way. I remember Marley kept saying, you got to see me to get in this. I remember saying, actually, we had this seminar. This says we don't got to see you. So Hot Day gets home and he's mad about the groupie line. So he makes a tape where he's scratching. Marley Marl, suck my dick. Marley Marl, and put this mixtape out. Everybody already hate Marley in the hood because, they feel he owes them something. So all the drug dealers picked up on it, got big. Long story short, Marley was forced to give us a record deal, and he did. But I couldn't DJ good, so I was like, I will let them go. They went. I said, Marley, let me get a group. He said, just bring anybody. I'll put you on. Actually, let me tell you how cool he was. He was doing a thing at USA, the skating rink. I was 17. I was like, Marley, give me a job up there. Got me a regular job up there. I said, Marley, I need to do a record. He said, just go find somebody. I was like, oh shit, this nigga, what? And there was these girls freaking frack. Did it, went on tour, did our thing. And then I did Super Lover C, who I met at USA. Me and Hot Day did a record with New Edition and Public Enemy. And we got how it used to work. If they got enough play on Marley's show, and then it would go to daytime radio. We got the request for daytime radio, but they wouldn't play the mix. We had a hit and couldn't do shit about it. Then we went to Madison Square Garden, and it was like whatever fest, LL, Public Enemy, Houdini, Jekyll and Hyde. I'm sure I'm missing 2 or 3 more of the day. Public Enemy came on. Remember, we used their beat with a New Edition record, Reach Out and Touch. And word to the mother, they threw on our record in the garden. Boom. The garden was lit. And all we could do is stand there and just shake our heads. And they didn't say nothing. They just did it. People thought it was their joint. Then they did their show. Years later, when I did work with Public Enemy, I said, remember that song? Yo, that shit was lit. That was your shit? I was like, yeah, dog. He's like, yo, we was like, yo, that shit was crazy. We didn't know what that was. I was like, man, fuck y'all niggas. Then, ironically, I told I told Chuck D about it when I worked with him. He said, no, I was with Eric B. and ran in the New Edition. He said, I told New Edition, remember that song? He said, they went crazy. He said, yo, you did that shit? They said, it was better than the fucking original Reach Out and Touch. He said, we didn't get no spins. We was trying to perform that shit. They wouldn't let us. We wanted more records like this. They wouldn't let us. I'm like, wow, that was crazy. So there was a lot of adventures, but fuck, I told that for. But ultimately, those things in life, when I started meditating on the level I was meditating on in consciousness, started to become clear and started to become connected at what points they made. Because after I eventually worked up my way to getting a drum machine and actually hustled the drug dealer out of it with his own ego, because it was $4,000 in 1990. That was obscene for niggas. Got it, learned it, was one of the first, was teaching niggas. Taught LES some tricks. He kept telling me, you need to go fuck with Nas. Fuck that little nigga. Fuck with Havoc. Fuck that little nigga. Ego. And he did, though, and went jiggy with it later. Showed him tricks. He did Fat Joe first. And, you know, so I knew the machine. Marley hired me. I worked with him directly as a producer. You know, a lot of other folks. But then when I became conscious, the drum machines were still in my closet with all the work I've done. And it was an expensive drum machine. And until the day, it still costs $4,000. It's a classic called the SP1200. And when I was going to move to Atlanta with Khadijah, I got the pod, you know, to move your shit. And all my shit fit in the pod. I could have put the drum machine in there comfortably. I just threw that shit in the garbage, said, I'm over it. No more music. I said, I'm going to let that part of my life go. And I did. You got to get music out of your head. When you're a producer, everything you hear becomes what you can craft into something new. It is torturous. If you have no outlet, it is fucking torturous. So now I talked about music from time to time. Me and B.O.B. is hanging out for 2 years. So he's like, yo, I just want to do another old 90s hip hop. So he doesn't know how involved I was. So I'm like, well, take these 3 songs. That's old. Take these are 90s. Take these are West Coast. Take that, and that'll form a picture. He took the songs that were break beats, and funny, when he brought them back, he did what I would have done. He's thinking I never heard of nothing like this. He's about to show me the time of my life. Like, nigga, no, I was worn out with this shit. So he eventually invited me to the crib. The studio is knocking. 2 live booths, a live room. Like, he made his whole basement sick. It is exactly what you think it is. He still got the old school shit, not that computerized shit. That's still the island with everything. The niggas is plugging shit in. I'm like, nigga, all you got to do is just configure now. So he showed me while he was doing this album, Pro Tools, and he was shocked at how much shit I knew. I'm like, oh, I thought you knew I knew this shit. I'm like, bring that down. That's too hot. Pitch that down. Sit it back here. That's not in. He was like, yo, how the fuck could you hear that? I'm like, how the fuck can't you hear that the snare is off? Just by, I can say you got to move it up just this that you know, he just was like, how the fuck? He started saying, he said, yo, I didn't know how you knew. I said, nigga, I've been doing this shit for, I thought you knew. So long story short, he's still always shocked when I'm hitting him with shit. And we did that album, but then he put that fucking beast back in my head. Started hearing shit. Now I got to get, long story short, made another studio and realized that truly is a part of me. It has nothing to do with making records, but everything to do with going to be creative in the moment. Creativity is the fuel that we live on. We are here. Remember I said your lower self is your animal self, but your higher self is expressed through your creativity. What you're able to make on a positive level. That's your higher self. So if you can't find nothing to create, you're stifling yourself. Your intuition through meditation will show you where you need to be. It takes time though. Don't go looking for it. Go looking to be a better meditator. That's your only agenda. To be able to get deeper, to able to feel something more. Don't look for, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. Maybe short-term things. Well, I need peace of mind. Or I need help with this, that, the other. Maybe on that level. But those big life-changing things. Ultimately know that the harder you meditate, your spirit will dictate how your life should change in the order that works best for you through who you are. You're being guided by something deeper than the gray matter, than your decision making, than your reasoning and your rationale. You're being guided by your heart, which is putting things in divine order for you. Divine order. You can organize up here, but divine order happens down here. And to do that, you must turn this eye inwardly towards this and hear it speak. And first, to hear it speak, you must get through your woes. You know what I'm saying? You must get, what up, I am True Spirit 99. Thank you for the compliment. You must get through your woes, and you must get through your childhood upbringing. You must get through your insecurities, through your chakra work. And people haven't even done that. So even if you get up here, you're going to have conflict with what you didn't deal with down here. The heart chakra is the gateway, but it's the gateway that you must find compassion, healing, and forgiveness in. And the first person you must find compassion, healing, and forgiveness is yourself. The second way to go is probably your parents, because they are the ultimate facilitators of mind control. Just because you were a subconscious baby, like for instance, I should say this in class. What is the greatest mind control problem we have? Religion and this, and vaccines and chemtrails. They said all the regular. The biggest facilitator and the biggest problem you have with mind control is your mother. For instance, you say religion. Well, if your mother didn't bring you to church, you wouldn't give a shit about religion. Religion isn't mind control unless somebody under mind control or has the ability to put your ass under mind control or control your mind, expose you to it. You were exposed to these things by your mother, so all of these things come to your mother's belief and how she shaped your own subconscious. Because what she believes, she's going to repeat to you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Never eat that. Don't walk on that. Don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do this. Don't hang the toilet paper overside. Hang it underside. And you think that's some stupid shit that don't matter until we go to your house and you notice your shit is hung underside all the time. Because they have programmed you. So this is a light programming, but remember, they use trauma, symbols, and repetition. Trauma, get in the bed before I whip that ass. Brush your teeth before I whip that ass. Or even the repetition of it. Brush your teeth, go to bed. Brush your teeth, go to bed. Or the symbols, your room, your bed, where you sit at the table, your particular plate and fork that you eat, your favorite cup. All those are symbols that make home home. the couch and how you lay on it, but your sister sits on it. All that makes the symbols of home. All of that is the basis for your mind control. And all of that, 9 times out of 10, may be based in a certain level of dysfunction. Something that you may feel slighted about. Too much of this or too lack of it. You have to deal with that internally and emotionally. The first thing you have to do with your parents, and the same thing you do with yourself first, is understand their situation. See them not as your parents, but as a person. And when I see my mother as a person, she was an 18-year-old child that had me. Imagine that shit now. If I seen anybody in my family 18-year-old have a baby, I'd be like, this is a fucking tragedy. I would have paid for the goddamn abortion, or I'd have reached in that, snatched it myself. So here, bitch, here's a hanger. I'm joking. But you would look at that and frown upon that somewhat. You know what I'm saying? If they're 18, shit, if they're 20 and no college or something like that, you would kind of frown upon that. So my mother was 18 when she had me. My father was 23. I looked at my kids was 23 and 18 at the time. Shut it. I was like, imagine, man, we'd be eating fucking Snickers for dinner. Fucking with these niggas. So long and short, it gave me compassion for her situation. Not the facilitator called mom, but the lady called Yvonne. What did she go through in that hard rock house my grandfather created? He was fucked up to me. Imagine I had to live there. So what did she go through? It gave me compassion. And from the compassion, it allowed me to lead into forgiveness for her. Mom, you know, I forgive you for not doing that. I forgive you for doing that. She worked to the best of her ability of an 18-year-old girl. Sometimes by herself after her divorce from my dad. I don't know what's going through behind the scene, what type of nigga he was and what he did. We know a lot of nigga stories. Why do we think our parents are immune from them? I remember my son got it. When I was talking about him, I was like, you know, my stepson. I'm like, what? You know, why this and why that? Why this? I said, one of these chicks you fucking right now, think of her. I said, imagine if she's pregnant. He said, oh. I said, good. I said, maybe that just happened to your moms. And maybe that's hard though, but you would look at the world different because you know that game when you apply it to yourself. Nothing has to be cruel, but you at least understand this is the situation they found themselves in. That's a possibility because we know it to be constant. So why wasn't it constant for them? Probably less likely, but it doesn't matter. It could be a mistake a 23-year-old and an 18-year-old made that they're dealing with. They're not necessarily calling you a mistake because, you know, we do that all the time. You shouldn't have had that baby, but I'm glad she's here. Shouldn't have had that baby, but I'm glad he's here. I wouldn't change nothing that boo-boo is here, but you should have waited. And, you know what I mean? We still know that conversation. What if they was going through all of that with you? It's just that we have an egotistical, centric aspect of ourselves that says it can't be me. Hey, Elnora, what up, boo?
Hey, peace, y'all. Hey, fam.
What's going on? I'm checking
Not
out the
much.
beads, girl.
You know what? You
I'm
say
feeling
what?
them beads. I'm feeling them beads.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm Rick
Love
Dunn.
it. Looking sexy, looking chocolatey. That's Elnora, everybody.
Peace,
She's
y'all.
from Little Rock, the Little Crystal Palace in America. Like, she brought me in for a couple of lectures, and that's my girl. She's good people. She could rap her ass off, and she's real home style. When I went down there, they made me a meal with a turkey sausage, an egg, and a biscuit this fucking big. 2 of them motherfuckers told my panic, what you want on your biscuit? Like the day before. Like, listen, I thought I was in the fucking South until
You were
I
on
went
the
down to Little Rock.
top.
I was in the fucking South. Where should I start? each time I'm in the car with Elnora, everything is, hold on, say that again. Say again. I literally cannot understand her through her accent sometimes. Then she's funny though, so she be saying jokes in her accent. When she say them shits again, that shit be hilarious. I fucks with her. She was like, "Nigga, do you want me to talk like this?" I was like, actually, I do. It sounds normal. Actually, I do. So, but she took me to, she took me around. Man, I seen these cars with the big wheels. They be lime green and shit, the Skittles car, shit like that out there. It was so bad. By Sunday, she took me to a soul food place. It had to be like a half a basketball court, damn near, size or a quarter of just grease pits all across the wall. Niggas was just dropping, bow, bow, bow. He's like, "What you want?" I'm like, "Nigga, I want to go to Checkers and get a fish sandwich." I said, "Let's just go there. I can't fuck with no more grease." And shit was good, but it was country as a motherfucker down there. But I loved the shit out of it. The energy was good. They was like, "Let's go to the springs," right? Like this water pump just comes out the wall and you get fresh spring water. It says the best water in the world. But the shit is in the hood. It's just a pipe coming out the wall. I'm like, I said, if this was in New York, the first thing
I might just taste it. Just taste the water.
I did taste it, but I'm thinking like this. If this was in New York, the first thing I would do is stick my dick in that tube and then sit across the street and see who's drinking water. He's drinking my dick water. Easy. That's step one. I would be making dick water all day. The cats was filling up. The water tastes good, but then cats was like, "Yo, these springs are all around the country. You could go to such and such spring.com and find it. There's one not in Stone Mountain, Indian Creek out here." I talked to my girl Tahita. She's like, "Yeah, Indian Creek, nigga, we be doing it." I'm like, this water shit is real. But their pipe was in the hood. Niggas was just living across the street. There was no security. I'm like, nigga, I don't know. And then the next lecture I went to, she's like, "We'll do the lecture Sunday, I guess. Then we're going to go in the morning on a crystal dig with Brother Panic and this hot springs." I said, "Oh, she's going to be real disappointed in this one." At that later day, we woke up like 4 o'clock. He said, "All right, let's go down there. Let's go down there." It was like, "Nigga, we already back." I'm like, Then we walked up the strip. We went to the springs. They was like, "Nigga, this shit closed." So we was too late. But Little Rock is a good spot. It's my girl Elnora. She's good people, y'all. Y'all can find her on Facebook. Sweetheart. She has a vegetarian store. Tell them about your store, actually. I forgot about that.
I have a vegan soul food restaurant, the House of Mental. You can look it up online, the House of Mental Eatery.
Give them a phone number or something.
501-454-1493. That's the House of Mental.
And if y'all in the area, or maybe she'll ship something, figure out something, try to give her a call. Look at what she got. Go online.
Well, I'll come do a pop-up. Like if you got a spot, got a kitchen for me, I'll come pop up and cook. I like that. I like personalized cooking.
So I'm saying people who fuck with me got businesses. Y'all niggas fucking around trying to figure out crypto. People who fuck, and she's OG. People fuck with me, do their things. Took my class, and the girl who made the big biscuits took my class too and was already in business, making me the big biscuits. I went to a store, not to her house, to a store for them biscuits. People who fuck with me got businesses, and that's what Hank came to realize. When people come around the country who have been following me, they come in these places and they buy these vendors out because they don't go to places and keep buying onks and shirts and fucking head wraps over and over again. So when they go to these places, these are new people, new money, and they have money. They do things. These are not people these are community people. You know what I'm saying? You see, Shalonda is sitting in her business. That's not a backdrop. She showed us earlier, their professor, of her store, and it's delicious, and she's looking for a bigger spot. These people do things. You know what I'm saying? Do things, and they don't even say they listen to my shit no more. It's unnecessary.
Panic, I gotta drop this one on it. Yes. I never met any of Panic's students that's bust ass broke.
No, I don't deal
with witches, no warlocks that's bust ass broke.
I'm glad you mentioned that shit or this came up because There was a period of time I was on Instagram taking pictures of outfits, and I was speaking on it at the time. If you just look at it, it looks like I'm just flexing. But at the time, we had this whole thing, and it's not as prevalent now, about being poor, righteous teachers. And that if we get into this, believe it or not, the biggest stigma on this, y'all don't have that now, was to be poor when you become conscious. And I said, no, I will show you that I am ultra conscious and still wear flex. You still can appease your ego. I understand it to be the ego. See, I don't see the difference is I don't think it's me. Because butt naked, I can bedazzle your ass. So, but I do understand what world we're living in. I do understand what makes the ego feel good, and I don't mind the ego feeling good. And you shouldn't mind or feel guilty about wearing something nice that you like, as long as your spirituality dominates your thoughts. So I am comfortable enough to say my spirituality dominates my thoughts, where I still could put on a pair of Gucci's and not feel like worse than any goddamn thing. Why you feel worse about Gucci than you feel about Nike or Skips? They're all made by white men. All of them. So one thing, if you don't wear nothing, then nigga, you know what I'm saying? So if you're wearing anything, it's all made by them until we control what we make, which I don't think that's ever going to happen anymore. Niggas can't figure it out. If niggas ain't doing this work, you won't figure it out. If niggas start doing this work, then I believe it will happen. But the rate of thought process we're going on, we're thinking in the way they want us to think, to keep us chasing our own tail and confused. What I'm telling you gets you ahead of the game. It gets you out of their chasing tail, their rat race, and puts you in your own race and puts you almost ahead of the game immediately. But definitely your path to controlling your scenario. And if more, that's the key. If more of us do what Elnora's doing, do what Shalonda's doing, creating their own place, their own niche. If we just looked at all of these people here and had a business, we would be looking at our true power being born again. Us finding who we are. Elnora has something to offer now to a black community. What does the other nigga have to offer? But the idea that once we get in the metaverse, we'll be paid. Once we do them NLPs, we'll be paid. Once we do crypto, we'll be paid. No, this is a person that's doing something. Shalom is a person that's doing something, and I'm not taking away from anybody else. This is just what I know. They are doing something that we can say there's a use, that she is a community member because she has something to commune with. She has something, once we all come together, we all can use from each other, all can live off of each other, survive within the network of each other. That's not happening anymore because everyone's trying to be more realistically in a network, not physically doing the things that are necessary to create a network that is a true network. I don't want a community where I keep telling you you're fucking the greatest. I want a community where I can tell you how to get to Elnora's business. I want a community where I can tell you how to connect with Shalonda's business, with Professor Melanie's business, with Autumn's business. I want that to be our reality. And that only happens, you got to find that within yourself. You can't find that through people or teachers or nothing. I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. I can't save your ass. I can only give you information to save your own ass. And that's where we at. So spirituality and mental alchemy is a shift in your thought process. That's pretty much the key. So once you forgive your mother, parents, and yourself is actually bigger. I skipped that one. You know, for all the shit you couldn't get right in high school, for all the hold on, my ass is hurting. Let me shift. I don't want to have to sit on one of these cushions that never really work. All right. Is it this way or is it backwards? Which way is the ass? Oh, I think it's this way. I'm trying to get this cushion right. So,
while Brother Panic is getting his ass right, why don't y'all push the like button, family? Show your appreciation for all this knowledge he's dropping, because To receive is to give. So give the like and receive the abundance.
Yes, sir. And while you're at it, while you're in the clicking mood, go on down to Cash App and hit a brother off. $ Brother Pan. Do something to make me feel better. That's my new shit. That shit from Players Club. Hey, do something to make me feel. Did he say feel good or feel better? Brooklyn, do something to make me feel better. Go on to Cash App. Cash App, $ Brother Pan. Make me feel better. Anything will do. All right. And of course, May 27th, I'll be at the Hyatt House, North Carolina, 435 East Trade Street. For more information, that's in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. For more info, email info@Samdi Readings, SAMEDIREADINGS.com. You'll find out about the lecture. You also can get on the list for our next deity party, which is already being planned out. The last one was a fucking monster. You need to make it your business to try to get to some shit like this. I'm already on some eyes wide shut shit. That's the next shit. See, if Khadijah don't want to do that one under her name, I'm doing that one. Y'all motherfuckers, we're going to see who show up. We're going to see who the real freaks in the game is. And, of course, we'll do anonymous. Well, no one's name will ever be revealed. And I'm thinking about mass the whole time, if that's what you so choose. There'll be scrippers. It's going to be a sexual energy party. But that's going to be not soon. I'm going to really plan that right. Because I don't want to fuck that up. Niggas in the wrong mother. Because if some ugly hoes show up. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what to do. Like, and ugly meaning they be scratching and shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, Patty, who's gonna take their drawers off? Like, I don't want none of that. You know what I mean? So we have to, and it'll be couples. It'll be couples. So, because, be about 35 niggas standing around. You ever go to a modern day orgy? It's the worst. And somebody got a mute their mic. Oh, Elnora. Did she go? Okay, I think we got it. Okay. Like I went to it was the year of Katrina. So whatever year that was. And there was Yahoo groups. And there was a Yahoo orgy group. So I get in the Yahoo orgy group. They're like, yeah, we having an event on whatever date. I said, I'm going to the fucking orgy. So guys pay a certain fee, but if you bring a woman, you pay a less fee. Like, oh, whatever. I'm paying a regular fee. I wasn't going to do shit. I wasn't, this is way before Khadijah. I'm still in New York. But I still wanted to smoke a cigar and get the festivity in, get the energy. And so, but at the same time, I met some girl in Philly. And we were talking about St. Martha. St. Martha was on the table. I was going hard with St. Martha. We get there, St. Martha, the Afro woman with the snake around her neck, the protector. And we started talking on the bench. Then I was like, fuck it, let's just go fuck. Let's keep playing with each other. So we went to my hotel, and then I'm on E now, and it's supposed to go to an orgy. And I was really on E because she was insane. Like her dreads turned into an afro, and that one dread went around her neck like the snake. I said, oh shit, St. Martha, nigga. Turn over, St. Martha. And so I'm on E. So I'm like, yo, you want to come to the orgy with me? She's like, nah, I'm gonna write my sex book, but I'm chilling. I'm like, well, you may get more material. So she came and I got in for a half price. They had 2 suites and a bunch of fat chicks, of course, and just a bunch of, okay, you know what I mean? So an act would break out and then it'd be about 30 niggas just sitting around. I'm like, why y'all let all these niggas in? Like, let some bitches in. So you could tell they got the girls that they use or the team that is down, but there's more dudes being attracted. I'm like, this is disgusting. I'll spare you the details of what happened with the girl. What shit got lit. And like the next week, Katrina hit. And remember that St. Martha, I was dealing with St. Martha. That's Marie Laveau. They was calling Marie Laveau St. Martha. So it was that New Orleans shit. Of course, they broke the levees, but it's still flooded. That energy was her waking up. And we were doing a lot of big things to her. So that was the final thing, that orgy. Well, then it makes more sense to let y'all know this. So after we had, because I had the magical dick that started Katrina. When we went to the orgy, I was already on E. So she was just chilling. And she's a stone cold beast. And like she told me, she put me up on this shit. She's like, yo, email. I do these foot parties. Email. What's a foot party? Well, guys like feet. Okay. Enough to have a party? She said, oh yeah. She said, I'll get like whatever amount of girls, and we call them foot bitches. Foot bitches? Yeah, foot bitches. He said, yeah, it's 35 for this, 100 for this. And you get, the big thing is you jerk them off with your feet. I'm like, that works? You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh yeah, they want to lick your toes. Some niggas like the heel. Some niggas like the bunion. I'm in awe of this shit. You know what I'm saying? She said there was a nigga who licked her toes so bad she got paralyzed. No, he gave her a foot massage so bad that it paralyzed. Not bad, so good that it paralyzed her. She said, motherfuckers told me later, yo, that could be done. Like one of them Chinese foot niggas told me that could be done. She said he did that to her. She said she couldn't move. So she's telling me about this foot shit. She's throwing these parties. So as soon as I get to the hotel, I'm like, go ahead, get on these feet. I want to see what that do. Oh, I got addicted to that shit. I should just go get foot jobs from my girls after that. Like, I talked about that a lot. I used to just, hey, what you doing today? I'm coming over. Get straight foot jobs so her mouth get tired. It was good. It was cool seeing you. We eat and chill, but it was all about the foot job. She put me on to the feet game. So when we got after I'm on E, we got to the place. We're sitting there. I said, I'm going to get her started. I'm like, go ahead, give me some head. So then all them niggas flock around. I was like, yo, give him some head. He's like, fuck it, okay. Dude said, oh, shit. I'm pulling this shit out. So I left, went to the other room, came back to see if she was all right. There was a line. I'm like, what the fuck? I went in there. I said, yo, you good? She said, yeah, I'm fine. I said, you sure? She said, yeah. I said, all right, I'm going to be walking around. You need anything? Like, no. Well, there's a fucking line.
What?
Came back. The line is still popping. Now maintenance workers is online eating spaghetti and shit. I'm like, I know that nigga ain't paid to get in. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I said, yo, you okay? She said, yeah, I'm fine. And some dude said, yo, dude, she fine. Like he think I'm her man and this is happening. I said, mind your fucking business unless you want the dick in you next. He was like, no. I said, then shut the fuck up. How the fuck would you know she's fine? Them Philly niggas is weak. I'm fucking, the whole Philly's like, what nigga? So she said, let me get some water. Got her some water. Went away, came back. She's chilling, legs crossed. I said, you good? She's like, yeah. She said, I'm going to kill you. I'm like, hold on. What happened now? She said, once I get started, da-da-da. I said, just relax. I'm not judging you. You got, because she's thinking I'm judging her. But I'm not judging you. You got information for your book. And we in business. We went back to the hotel. I said, yeah, shower up. She said, God damn, I'm still pulling out condoms. I said, good job. Good job. Yeah, she said, good job. Pull them out.
Yeah.
And, but all of that shit she did was brought up that energy. Once I hit her in the beginning, once we were together in the beginning, I recognized St. Martha. And what was crazy, I was fucking with St. Martha, and she became obsessed when we were talking. Who's St. Martha? What's St. Martha? And what's St. Martha? St. Martha. I was like, no, we dealing with me and Bobby Hemmett and I remember getting on the bus going to Philly and calling Bobby. Yo, she's telling me about these foot parties and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Come to find out, he understood that world. That nigga know a lot of shit. I was like, oh shit. He was like, remember this nigga? I was like, yeah. He said, remember when I did the lecture and talked about the foot and Ayana's foot? Like, yeah. Remember I said, look at TJ girl's foot. It looks like a whole civilization. And I remember I looked down at the time at the lecture and her foot was all adorned, you know, with jewelry and rings and things. I was like, oh, that is a lot of shit. So then I realized he's telling me that TJ is a foot bitch. I said, oh shit, TJ, this is real. This is real. And he's like, yeah, I like to heal and all this shit. I'm like, oh, goddamn, nigga. I don't know. I'll fuck with Khadijah's feet, but like it seemed like foreplay, not really like the main course. But apparently niggas do that. So Katrina happened after that event. I know that was partly due to a certain connection. I don't know if we caused Katrina, but again, remember how I talked about earlier, how things line up magnetically to a point. I still don't understand how that happens, but it seems to synchronize is about something about magnetism and synchronicity. The same way I said I brought the Chinese restaurant and the Botanica towards me. Thelma towards me. Same goddamn thing in the scenario. It all just lines up. So Katrina, St. Martha, we call it coincidence, but there's no such thing. Synchronicity is the actual proper term. So when you are doing things right, listen to this, people. When you are doing things right, synchronicity is what you look for as your result. So when you are doing your meditations, you are doing any ritual, you're looking for it to, if you see anything that is formerly what you understood to be coincidence, now start looking at what you called coincidence. First, know there's no such thing as a coincidence. It's called synchronicity. But what you know and are familiar with called coincidence, when you start seeing the coincidence happening, that means you're starting to synchronize the invisible with the visible. You're starting to synchronize the hidden world and the hidden world's one song with how it flows in your reality. The one song is always positive and built in love, and it's your birthright. But we're not taking advantage of it. We're singing the song that CNN tells us. We're singing the song that says chemtrails in the air. We're singing the songs that says you can't eat this or that or the other. And it doesn't mean it's not true, but it means we totally bought into it, hook, line, and sinker, and we have no other option. All of that may be exactly true. Chemtrails, bad water, and you can't make doo-doo. It may be true, but if you believe in that, you start medicating yourself. You start saying, oh, my arthritis is acting up. My blood pressure. We dropped the bomb on Japan. We need to get out and vote, and Black Lives Matter. You are singing a song that has been created for you. Sing your own song is what Eleanor did and Shalonda did. And not just because business is a side effect. It's a side effect. If you were to get into their head, into their mentality, they don't even have to repeat the shit I said, but they kind of know something about themselves. And I know both of them. That is satisfying to themselves. What we don't realize is we're not satisfied. If you were satisfied, why the fuck are you even here? You have better shit to do. You're not satisfied. You have to find satisfaction within yourself. They wouldn't have found this and came. I texted them and asked them to come. They wouldn't have known about this. And Professor Melanie. They wouldn't have known because they're not really looking for this aspect of information. They got it from me already. I've been speaking since 2008. I can produce winners. I never even thought about that. If I paraded the people that fucked with me over the years, you wouldn't see no fucking losers still saying hotel. With head wraps, their dreads is just longer now. But they the same old nigga that you can count on for nothing. But saying I love you and doing some old spectacular horn shit. But the reality is what we know to be real is if you can produce results through this work, And if you can't, you got time. But anyone could do it. There's nothing special about me that is not in you. Anyone could do it.
You know what I just thought of, Brother Panic?
Yes, sir.
People, when you was talking about orgies, I was like, eh. And then I said, wait a second. People are having orgies all the time in crowded spaces.
Okay. Yes, sir.
They're crowded spaces when you on a subway.
Club is, if you sitting there humping, dancing in a club, you fucking. Oh, did you want to get into that? Let's get into that shit at scientifical level. First of all, any fucking, its true nature is communication. You remember in school they said, well, if you have sex with this person, you're really having sex with that person, that person, that person, this person. Sex is nothing more than a grand scale of communication. First of all, I should start out with this. What are the reasons you have sex? You have two reasons, which gives you two intentions. Primarily, there's actually three reasons, but I don't get into it. Niggas ain't that smart. The third reason is sexual alchemy, magic. But the first two basically is to have a baby or to have some fun. So what I liken it to is a process called self-deification. If you read books to repeat them or read books to internalize, have fun, have a baby is to internalize, just to have fun is to be able to say 5 + 4 - 7 = 2, nigga. And everybody goes, yeah, that motherfucker's smart. So sex, one of the first things I noticed when I got in, we could have this conversation in a future show, is when I got into deeper forms of communication through the process that we've been going through so far. When I got deeper in it and had communications, I noticed everything wanted to have sex. Everything with a vagina. But you could feel, when I talked to Bob Marley, Bruce Lee, Peter Tosh, James Brown, Rufus Thomas, I'm trying to think of the guys. You felt a certain closeness. You felt like you were with them or in them. Now, when, let's say, Tammy Terrell, when she came, always had a crush. Now I'm spiritual. I said, oh, I'm going to hit that. You know what I'm saying? So went in, I bought an album. They put together a Tammy Terrell album. I guess obscure songs and the best ones that she finally, that did come out with Marvin Gaye and whatever they had. So they weren't great songs, but they still were her. Because, you could tell they just put together before what she had before she died. Got into that, into her image. Sure enough, came through and gave me some cheeks. But it's different. It's not like the human orgasm. It's the other things you get in lovemaking. So, like, how you could just be laying next to your woman and there's a certain piece, or on your woman, or with each other, in your own comfort of your own privacy of whatever it is y'all do, there's a certain satisfaction. And you could get to a level where it's not even about a nut no more. It's just that person's there. It's a certain comfort and a satisfaction. And you feel that more than like, oh, my nuts is empty. Like, you're definitely erect and all the rest of that shit. But it's not like you're trying. It is absolutely tantric, because tantric sex, you're not trying for a nut. You're trying to sustain the moment. And you could tell they bring you into that moment and keep you in that moment. So much so that I started to realize that is spiritual communication, sex. We just know sex. Women could tell you sex just turns into abuse, into a deadbeat nigga, into a baby, and another fucking baby that you got to deal with that this nigga maybe not be around for, or even worse, that the nigga is around for, because all he want to do is try to figure out how to sell fucking incense. You know what I'm saying? Hey, come on now, don't play. You know what I'm saying? Don't play. And so we know it is that. So sex holds so much more weight to it. And then women are the guardians of sex. Every nigga want to fuck. Every woman choosing to they want. Somebody's got to. There we go. We got it. Like every woman chooses who they want to have sex with, right? So women are the actual gatekeepers of it because they have more to lose. They have more to lose reputation wise and so on and so forth. So, just being abused, nigga acting one way, then turning into another motherfucker after you get it. Know what I'm saying? They can't just be the nigga they are. You know what I'm saying? They just get it being the nigga they are. Know what I'm saying? I got more sex just saying, all I want to do is fuck. We could always be friends. I'll always be cool. I'll always be here for what you need. But one of the things that's sticking in my mind, at least once, I want to do it with you. I'll be surprised how much I heard. Okay. Because so many women don't want the bullshit that comes with it, that they'll accept a friendship in an honesty over some nigga trying to finesse their ass and take it. Everybody does that shit all the time and then turns out to be assholes in the end. You just tell them straight up, look, I'm going to tell you straight up. When I seen you, I was like, God damn. And I ain't going to front. I know you got a lot going on. We never connect, and this and that. But one time, I just want to be with you once. If the answer is no, nothing will change. I'll be your friend, and I can understand that. The answer is yes, I'll still remain your friend after and always be honest and be here for whatever you need, if you need, blah, blah, blah. And most of them were just like, I was like, what? This shit is working? Shit was actually working. So the bullshit that comes with it. So when you talk about the spiritual aspect, I talked about the spiritual aspect, people put it in the same human context, that I'm going to get some pussy. How Uncle Hank just said, aura fuck. What I found out through astral traveling was you have many personalities to you. There's a mad version of you, a happier version of you, an excited version of you, a business version of you, a sleepy version of you, a sexy version of you, and a sexual version of you. Now, most guys do it anyway. They walk into a room, and I'm sorry, ladies, if you thought you were better than this, but they look at your lips and go, dick in the mouth all day. They look at your titties and go, all day. They look at your ass, and they already beating the congas. They look at your vagina, they already smelling for freshness. In their mind. While they looking at you going, yes, beloved sister. And I understand your work, Professor Melanie, and what you did on that paperwork was absolutely excellent. And then in their mind. And so we bring that home with us. But that's actually a form of magic, a form of visualization, because we can see in detail, most men, how you would have sex in our mind, just based upon your personality. We could do that. I'm sure women could do it too. I'm sure you do it less. We do it all the time. Oh, she walk like this, you know she like to do that. She do this, oh, you know she's about that. Oh, it's all in your head. Now, I told people, take that shit in the astral world. Stop just beating off to your human needs to it and take that visualization and connection in the astral world to try to connect with women. And tell them, Melanie, I'm going to try to come, but you have to, for men, he could keep his mind on the sexual aspect of it all. Melanie, I have to tell, Khadijah told me, and I dropped it in class, what to give women to think of. Maybe y'all thinking of interesting, a nigga who's interested in the shit you got to say. I'm the smartest one at work. Them bitches don't know shit. Yeah, that's real, honey. You are the smartest one. And yeah, because I be telling them, and they don't do none of my ideas. Yeah, baby, they never do none of your ideas. If them motherfuckers do my ideas, we'll be over it. Yeah, bitch, they'll win. All right, let me give you some pussy because you listen to me. Okay, baby. If that's your fantasy, then let it be that over a nigga. And you should actually have that fantasy of the dream nigga, of your niggas that you do your personal business to. Because you're starting to visualize, and that also helps towards magnetizing. When you are in a sexual state, especially a woman, you're in a high magnetic state. You're in a negative polarity. So that means you can get anything here with your mind. Therefore, y'all should have no problem getting a man. A man, on the other hand, is positive polarity. He's always trying to give out. So his real goal is, without knowing it, is to find a woman. Because a woman, he becomes the key of positive polarity, and them together with his intent, because that's what sperm is, intention, code, information. With his information, she can formulate it through her maternal matrix of matter or mater, and make it materialize. That's the idea of sexual alchemy, which Bobby labels sexual or broke down in sexual kung fu, which is another aspect of sexual tantric sex. So what I started to notice was sex isn't looked at as how we look at it in the spiritual world. It's a form of communication. It's a form, you walk through the spiritual world with your pants down. You know what I'm saying? It's how it's not, remember, if you don't have a body, you can't get pregnant. You can't get abused. You can't get any of those things that make you take a long time to give a nigga some drawers. You know what I'm saying? If none of that is, and most women, they say it's switched around. So once you get to the astral world, the moon runs the astral world, and women run that. Women run that shit. So women on top there, they riding cowgirl in the astral world, because what y'all find out in the astral world is y'all don't have the problems y'all have here. Y'all just as nasty as niggas, but y'all know there are consequences. So an orgy for those women who are willing to do that, and is a form of that human version of sex, which is still satisfying on a human level, because it's probably the most, it's the most spiritual thing you taste, then have to get back up in the morning and go to work again. You get some orgasmic fantasy, then you come back and have to work again. So it, on a human level, it still helps you. It's a great tool for tapping in, because the vagina and the penis is the actual fall of man. The cowrie shell and the pineal gland, remember they told you sex is in the head. You're androgynous up here. But then you fall into polarity, into dick and pussy. That's the true fall. That's why you ever see a baby's genitals, how dark it is. That's the melanin concentration, because the man's that's why sperm travels from the nuts here is consciousness. The ovaries and all of that is nothing but the nuts going up. You know what I'm saying? So that's your actual true fall of man, your genitals. So from the genitals in sexual alchemy, there's a lot of energy that you got to bring back up to your head. So when you read the Montauk Chia books, they talk about techniques for bringing them back up to the head through the PC muscles, because you're trying to bring the energy back up to your consciousness for the sexual alchemy, so you're not focused on the sex. So for instance, when you have sex, a lot of people don't know you're supposed to look directly into the eyes, because when you focus directly into the eyes and you breathe the breath of the person, you bring the consciousness back up to the head. Most of us are focused in on our genitals when we're doing it. You want to take the focus off of the genitals, let the genitals become the apparatus for bringing the energy back up to the consciousness. And that's why love is the key, or at least be in a loving relationship with who you're doing it with, or be clear on who you're doing it with and why, and get out of it what you can, but nothing that's damaging and hurting and fucking up your energy, your spirit, and stifling you in any way. If it's just a good time, Charlie, then let it just be that. But for the better part, find somebody who is at least caring to you, at least respects you, at least has your well-being at heart if you're not in love. A good person, you know what I'm saying? And because that's the energy you're actually sharing. And some of you are gangster. Y'all could do a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? And ain't nothing wrong with that. There was always this, women is supposed to have one man. I'm like, hell no. I met some women that could handle dicks, and then there's women like Khadijah. I could tell she can't deal with more than one man, but ironically, I can't really deal with more than one woman. As cool as I thought I was, I never had two women. I had a lot of hiatus and a lot of a fresh tail, but when I got committed, I turned out to be committed. It's weird, but I can't. It's too much chaos. One is enough in my head. So I thought about that. It ain't the woman that just needs one man. It's just some people needs one. So that one woman finds the one man that, see, men don't want to admit that they only really want one woman. Because I can do it, but it's tiresome to me. And no one really wants to admit that. It's actually tiresome to keep up with that shit. And I didn't realize years. I was like, "How long was you with Aurora?" I said, "I was with her for a while." He said, "Who else you fucking?" So I'm fucking. Wait a minute, I ain't fucking nobody. I said, "But there was this motherfucker who liked me at my old job. I'm going to fuck up there. This bitch was bad, fine, brown skin, nice smile, juicy, looked like the professor." I know I'd embarrass you on that, but she was real pretty. Went to eat. And I did that. And I was in that phase of, here's the only thing I want, to be quite honest. I was in that phase. Did that shit to her. The whole night, I just kept talking about orgasms for some reason. I was like, yeah, yo, that woman orgasm. And when this happens, that, because I had the girlfriend, remember, and she was orgasming constantly. And I was satisfied with that because sex was getting more and more intense and better. All I had to do was lay there, put my hand on her ass, and she would, oh. So I was winning. So I was all about the orgasm. So that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that shaking and shit. I didn't realize this shit was working. We got back to her crowd, how she busted a nut faster than me. I was like, damn, you a 5-minute sister. You a 2-minute sister. And I guess to her that worked. And then when I went back, I was like, yo, I actually didn't find a thrill off of that. I said, it just felt like it would be a headache now if I had to deal with two of these people, just talking to them. And how do you even separate your time? Like it was just weird to me. And then when I remembered that thought, I remembered when teachers would say women can only have one man or supposed to. I was like, no, there's some women that can fucks and fucks and fucks. And there's some niggas who can deal with a bunch of women. And there's some niggas who can't, but niggas don't admit that they can't. They just go on with the order. But again, overall, when I notice sex as we know it is limited to our human understanding, and our human understanding is right. All the bad can happen, but spiritually, when you deal with sex, it's not happening. Again, if I personally did a eyes wide shut party, which is not really code for orgy, but close, I would make sure they're couples. Ain't no niggas gonna be just standing around free balling, you know what I'm saying? Making my guests uncomfortable, because most of these people who would come either know me or know of me. So I want to make sure they're in a safe, comfortable environment. So the first thing, if they got their man with them, says a lot. So their man would have to be with them. That's the idea. Their man would have to be with them, exclusive lists. If they want to keep a mask on to hide their identity, then they don't have to do anything. The sexual aspect, we're going to have strippers who do that, male and female. And if anybody want to play any games, that's on them. Me and Khadijah will be watching, just so you know.
I just want to watch.
Okay, that's fine. Come in. Yeah, we'll have strippers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You might get a titty out. we might coerce a titty.
Might party a little bit, but I
come on out. Like, okay, nigga, point. But no, of course, yeah. At the very least, we'll just watch, some strippers do a strip show for us, and put some play with some stuff, or so we'll just have fun on that sexual, have a big altar, add to a sexual altar, and for everyone's couples to have a strong sexual connection for that upcoming year or whatever. So I'm thinking about something like that. So yes, sir.
I just want to ask, I want to give a special salutation to all the sisters who have beautiful feet, because I was just able to minister toes. I mean, hold on a second. Y'all got to look at this. This is a beautiful foot right here. And, we don't hear this often enough from the brothers. Brothers, you got to give accolades to beautiful feet. Look at this foot.
I tell y'all, niggas is in the feet. I didn't know it was a thing.
Professor,
let me see what you got.
It ain't nothing. This is unique to have a pretty feet. Look at this beautiful foot.
Oh, you showing the actual foot. Let me see
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I ain't
I
playing.
like the bottom. You like the bottom of the foot?
The
Nah,
whole
I'm
thing.
just-
let me see
The
the
whole
top.
thing. Look at this. This is a beautiful foot.
Hank is crazy.
No, we got to see the nails, Hank. That
You
ain't
like
No,
the
gonna
the
bottom of
nails
the
is the
foot?
bomb diggity.
I'm
She
trying to
got
figure this
beautiful
out.
nails
Do I
too,
need to do the
man.
bottom of the foot right, or do I need to do the top right?
Listen, the foot is when the foot is beautiful, it's just like that's tantra, toe tantra,
Yo, let me
y'all.
tell you, my
That's
feet
all I got
right
to say.
now look like COVID still. I still got COVID feet.
Toe tantra is a beautiful
got
thing.
COVID feet.
Summertime is coming in.
2 years of non-attention. I'm actually got to get my shit done. So go ahead, Melanie. Let's see. Show us.
Show my feet. No. My feet look nice though. My feet look good.
I knew you wasn't going to do it, Doja. It's all good. It's all good.
I take care of my feet.
Turns out Uncle Hanky like feet. I tell you, OGs love feet.
Look, can I share a story?
I like pretty feet. I like pretty.
Okay. I was about 19, and his brother, he had just got out the pen or something. Handsome brother, built, all that. He asked me over. He's a barber too. I love barbers. I got this thing for barbers. I probably should have been a barber, but he's a barber. He invited me over, so I come over to the shop, and I sit in the barber chair, right? And barber chair got the little foot things, and I didn't know what was going to happen. He was, he asked me, "Can I do that?" I'm like, "Okay, sure." And he did it, and he did it so well. He did it so well that yeah, man, sucking, biting, maneuvering. Like I was like, oh my God, I'm squirming in the chair. I'm doing all this. I mean, I think he made me come with my feet, and I didn't call that nigga no more. Cause I'm like, look, you too nasty. Where you learn that? Like, how you even do that? You know what I'm saying? I'm not fucking with you no more. You nasty. But now, as a 41-year-old woman, I'm like, damn, what you know what I'm saying? But then
you need to go get a haircut.
Man,
damn, yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying. That's symbolic for getting your toes sucked in a barber chair.
Yo,
oh.
You can look at a woman's face most of the time. Like all these sisters on the show, we did a toe screening before they came on. I'm gonna tell you, Professor Melanie got beautiful feet. Autumn got beautiful feet.
That's why I asked her.
Janelle got beautiful feet, and the other two sisters, y'all look like y'all got nice toes. So I just want to give salutations.
Okay, Janelle,
toes and soles on the show.
Janelle, come on, Janelle, take them out. They're not coming out. Okay, they're not coming out. Okay.
Janelle got beautiful feet. Look at her smile. Y'all can tell.
Oh yeah.
When the feet are jacked up,
working with some face. Everybody here working with something.
Yeah. Autumn got nice feet. Look at her smile.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Eleanor got.
Oh, you can tell Autumn got the long toes. She could pick. I
got working feet.
Oh shit, Autumn, how you doing that? Give me one of them toes. One of them long toes. Yeah, there's a whole foot culture. I had no idea about this shit. And they do good jobs. Like if they're really into it, you see, like that's what the other lady was telling me too. They were having orgasms off of this foot, because the foot connects to all the organs, every part of your body. So if them niggas studied that, or they just may remember it. Like I said, when the nasty shit come out, niggas remember spirituality like a motherfucker, because the Shakti energy is connected to a whole world of life force energy. So all the trickery, when you're trying to give out the dickery, it comes back. You know what I'm saying? Niggas all of a sudden know how to lick feet on a motherfucker. Like, how the fuck you know how to lick feet? You was in jail all that time. Like you had to really.
Where you learn that at?
No, I'm not really making that. Like I see.
I'm just saying. I can't talk to you
no. I'm saying on the level you had a lot of time to think, nigga.
Yeah, you right. You right.
I'm gonna tear into her feet like an impossible
wobble. Like some chitlins or something.
Like some grits. I'm gonna put my face in that shit.
He told me I like some chitlins or something.
Like a big ass biscuit.
I
was sitting in this. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck is this, yo? A fried ass pie? and,
Oh, it was a fried pie.
yeah, you didn't you buy it for me? Say, here, Patty, I'll get it for you.
That was Andrea.
I think that shit is still on my altar. I couldn't. I was like, I'm not eating no fried pie, nigga. Like, I'm a wretched nigga, but I can't eat a fried pie. They are from the South, man. I love them. Like, man, she took me to this shindig they had. That shit was fire. All vegan. Like vegan sausages and vegan watermelons and stuff. It was fire. And like, and you just know people, they be like, yeah, Panic, I took your class. I'm like, oh shit. It feels like I'm at home. Let's go get some more of them big ass biscuits. I can eat them now. This shit was like, they weren't even round biscuits. It was like out of a tray.
Yeah, they were rectangles. Man, them things threw my metabolism off when I worked over there.
Yeah, this is real. Andrea made them, right? It was Andrea.
Yes, Andrea made them. Kept trying to teach me how to make them. I don't want to learn how to make that. That's it's gonna kill me.
Listen, it's the kind
but they were very good. Like, they're extremely good.
If you bust a nut and ate one of them biscuits, you would literally have a cardiac arrest. Like, it is that fucked up. Like, two of them energies together won't, like goddamn, nigga. Like, you, any nigga doing that shit, busting nut and eating them biscuits, you call him daddy. Know what I'm saying? Here, daddy, I got your biscuits. Thank you, baby. It's that level of it. These biscuits were hearty. All right, so like the sexual alchemy in the spirit world is a little bit different, and you have to have a little bit different mentality. It's all in your mind. So you have to think like a hoe up here. You know what I'm saying? And for fellas, business as usual. You know what I'm saying? You already think like a hoe. Just think now that you're making a connection as opposed to just trying to have some fun in your mind. Think of it, Professor Melanie, as the way to connect with that person in your mind for astral traveling, because sex is communication. You know what I'm saying? And it's still used as communication in its proper form spiritually. Here it's communication, but most niggas are lying. No one's communicating the right shit. That's why when I communicated directly, listen, I just want to be with you one time. I know we keep bumping heads and missing heads. I don't want to make any mistakes. I just always want to be cool with you. We were always cool. And this is something that's on my mind. I'm not going to lie to you. If we just do it once, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And I just be honest with it. And that communication opened up the door. And I would go as far as say me and those people are still cool to this day because of communication. So in the spirit world, we're not saying all of that. That's not how, it's not about manners. It's about doing. So the actual act is the communication. Here we have to communicate before the act to make the act clear. Why? Because the girl who does it once for me, she thought about it and wanted to do it too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. None of them said, oh, let me think about it. They all said, okay. That tells me they thought about it before. I could read them and see that they thought about it before, or it's something that pulled their guard down 100%. So we now have to communicate before the act. But in the spirit world, the actual act is communication. Hank made an important thing about aura fucking. Whenever we are aura fucking wherever we're in the crowd. That's why you ever notice the room gets hot. You ever come into a lecture late? Nigga, fuck. Mm-hmm. There was one lecture in Harlem. Bobby was there, and he was there for hours. And I finally got up there. I opened that door and just said, oh, shit, and closed it. The small ass room with so much energy in it. You ever go to a gym with all black people in the hood? Word is born. I get hard-ons walking through it. No lie. There was this gym in Brooklyn. I remember, I don't know who, I was going to meet a girl. Somebody, some fresh blind date shit. And she was like, let's meet over here and da-da-da-da-da. I remember going up there and there was a black gym. I looked in the window. I walked in with a bunch of just black people from the hood working out, nigga shit. and word is born, I started getting a semi-erection. The sexual energy in the air. Clubs, when they all that dance, dry up that sexual energy in the air. But people like to go to these gatherings. All of that's aura fucking. But the satisfaction you feel from that trying to lightly explain the complex satisfaction of actual sexual communication. It is bigger than just the nut. And they try to explain that through tantric sex, that the nut is just not even what you're going for. So all of those other things we experience, as Hank pointed out, in aura fucking.
Yeah, I got something else to share, Brother Panic. Now that we got the train out of the station, I want to give a special acknowledgement to a beautiful Pisces named Tisha. And she has so much magical energy that I remember doing foot devotional healing that she had a small lump that disappeared from the intention of giving goddess devotion straight from the heart. So I want to acknowledge her on the air. Goddess Tisha, Pisces, I salute you. I salute you. Go ahead on, Brother Panic. I'm going back to it before I start having hallelujah moments.
That's all good.
Praise God.
Yeah, so like so to live spiritually is to start to understanding a new climate, a new terrain within you, a new alchemy, mental alchemy, which if you are doing the mental shift, the mental change, trying to understand the nature of human animalistic behavior and what it entails in animalistic thought that emerge in you, that you tell yourself constantly, fuck that bitch ass nigga, I hate that motherfucker. This nigga get me sick. You be sitting there just thinking about this shit. Look at this nigga's shoes. Always wearing them same black fucked up shoes. All that's animalistic thought. Sometimes you feel that way, but if you're in the position to stop yourself and say, stop thinking like that, not for this person, not for a better moral position, because you're delving into a low nature, and your low nature is what you're trying to overcome here. That's your fight. The mental alchemy is you constantly catching yourself to move towards a higher principle. That starts the process to start thinking higher. Well, he's fucked up, but that's him. Let him, he has to deal with that. I'm not going to indulge my thoughts into what I think he should be doing, why he's fucked up, and all that. Leave that alone.
I want to acknowledge before she goes, Goddess Autumn. Thank you for sacrificing your time.
I know she can't make it.
Motherhood. Thank you.
Yes, I know the baby.
Janelle, I want to thank you, Janelle, for being on and holding Shakti space, because it's a whole nother flavor when there's beautiful energies on the show. And Melanie, you're a pleasant surprise tonight. I want to thank you too. And Emilola, I want to, Panic, you done started something, bro. You done started something, man. This show was great. I didn't know I was going to be talking about toes and souls, man.
Oh, we could do a sexual one next week. A whole sexual one. Oh, let's get into it. Let's get into breathing. I'll get into the shit where I had a feminine orgasm. We'll get into that next time.
Yeah.
These bitches got it rough out here.
I want to thank Salam. I want to thank Elnora. You got a beautiful smile, Elnora.
Thank you.
Right?
I just want to say salutations to all the beautiful future mothers, all the women that are mommies. I want to give y'all salutations and special acknowledgement to Brother Panic's, beautiful goddess wife, Khadija. And, I want to thank all of you for being on the show, because we had so much fun tonight. And I just want to thank everyone.
It turned into 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't even really get to the point.
Oh, that's all right. We could hold the point.
No. We will keep going. We're just going to keep doing shows that kind of keep expanding in the direction that we're going, till we get to a point where we're just talking about something.
Emilola got a sex question. I don't know where she's at.
Okay, we can get into
wherever you are, Emilola, come on in. But I want to thank all the beautiful, beautiful sisters for holding space, because it brings a whole nother energy. Here's Emilola. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead, do your thing. I'm out.
All right. You gotta undo your mic.
In the bathroom, you know.
Yes,
I
yes,
have to bathe
yes.
the baby. I have to get ready for school the next day. So
Oh hell, shit! Take your time. Take your time.
I didn't want to be
Yes,
on
yes.
camera showering and all of that. I was like, let me...
Don't let me stop you.
Okay, so I was listening to the whole conversation. I thought it was pretty interesting because you're right. Like right now, I've been holding for a very long time, right? And that's because I'm a little nervous about giving away. I feel like I'm giving away my power because I notice whenever I will do things with certain guys or whatever, they'll be getting better in life and things just happening for them.
Right.
It ain't really working out for me the way, you know. I would
Well,
like for it
let
to be
me tell
happening.
you. Remember, I talked about it earlier. It's your own thoughts. The guy is not taking anything from you. The fact that you feel that he's taking something from you is your problem.
Yeah, I gotta work that out.
No, you have to work out internally that no one can take nothing away from you, and you could be anything you want to be. That's what we're talking about here. Because what you just said to me, if we were in a reading, I'm looking through what you said and looking to your subconscious mind. And what you said is each guy you fuck with gets better than you. So what you're really
Not
saying,
better than me, but they just kind of like excel and they just get better in life in general.
okay,
And I'm not going
they
like
get
that.
better in life in general, which is another way of saying you're standing still or they're getting better than you in life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that.
Right.
That's the subliminal thing you're saying. You got to deal with the reality of what you're saying. You are saying they're getting better than you. You just said they soar in life. They go someplace. So why aren't you saying we're soaring together or they're soaring in their own direction? You wouldn't say they're soaring in life and I'm not unless you were soaring in your own direction. So what I'm telling you and what I've been telling you, which is hard for people to grasp, and I'm glad you brought this question up because it is the essential nature of what I've been talking about. You have to look at your own thought. Ain't no nigga can excel because he's having sex with you. You're not excelling. Or let me do you one better. He can excel because he's doing the right thing. You're not excelling because you're not doing the right thing. So I'm sure. Let me rephrase that because I want to say that and make it funky. He can't excel because he has sex with you. No, that nigga probably excelled to the heights because he did. But if you feel you're not, that's your feelings, and your feelings dictate the reality. The reality of you. Remember Yoda, and darkness leads to the path to the dark side. The mother in shame leads to that leads to the dark side. So your thoughts lead me to the part where you haven't worked on. Your soaring has nothing to do with any man or any person or anything in the sky. That's the point. If you're not soaring, that's the question you really have to answer. Not what these niggas are doing because they had sex with you, but what you're not doing. And if you your feelings connected to sex, you have to see what in your past may have shamed you or stifled you about your own vagina. Period. It's all about you. This is not about him and what they're doing, because I'm sure they're not that smart if I was talking to them. But they don't have blockages. You understand what I'm saying? And if you do have that power, and just the mere fact that you're standing in your bathroom with a towel on in that confidence, you got that power. Yeah. So them niggas are excelling because of it, but only because they don't have nothing that tells them they can't. You have something that's telling you can't, and it's in you. So it's something that either happened that threw your confidence off.
Yeah.
And it could be a little thing. It could be one nigga that just had sex with you, got up and said, this ain't going nowhere. And it may have stuck in your subconscious that I ain't going nowhere.
It's a few things. It's a few things. It's definitely it's religion, because I was deep into the Christian world for a while.
Right.
It's rape, it's molestation, it's there's a few things.
That's
and I figure like, what can I do differently?
I'm always sorry to hear that. I'm always sorry to hear that. You know, this is a funky place we live in. But those things have to be looked at. You can't, I don't know what, I'm not a woman, so I can't tell you how to do it, but I just can only tell you it must be done. And you may want to deal with other women
Right.
who have, you know, went through it depending on where you stand within it. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like you stand a little bit strong because you could at least admit it. A lot of women don't even admit that out loud. They're still embarrassed about it because they, sadly enough, they feel it's their fault or something like that. But all of these things, unfortunately, happen to our Black women in this Holocaust. And usually those things make them insecure, make them stifled, creates blockages in certain ways and things. And sometimes it's just how you were taught about sex more than it even happening. How you should be shameful, or how you may think you don't deserve to soar because you have done a shameful act. You get what I'm saying? And or whatever. It could be many things, but it's only you who can really answer it. So by doing the meditations, turning within, doing the mental alchemy of shifting how you think, you will start to hear the answers and the cures that you need. By dealing with the energies, which are deities, by doing the rituals, the altars, you know, the candle magic, the crystal work, the fairy work, those things that keep working with the subtle energies in you, you start to line yourself up with a great reality. I am happy to stay here for this whole shower. I am happy to stay for the whole shower.
No, my baby's in the shower too. She was crying.
I'm like, what's about to happen next? We're gonna be here for another half an hour.
Hey, can I ask a question with y'all?
Yes.
Sister, I can't even see your name on there anymore. When you feel like he's soaring and you're not soaring, do you meditate more on building his life? Because I know as Black women, a lot of times we meditate more on building the brother. So if you're having sex, damn, do he like it? Is this feeling good to him? Or if you're having sex and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he need to get this new job, or he need to do this. We be so focused on them and not focus on our own damn business that we ain't gonna manifest shit for ourselves. But we feel like we got to manifest his shit with him. We need to walk with him and manifest with him step by step. And a lot of times, not in a negative way, but like if you try to manifest, it's gonna be negation. If you want him to be the lead, like sometimes you want him to be the lead, so you manifest with him because you want to get him right. Because once you get him right, boom. Unless you're looking for a life of leisure or something. If you're trying to manifest something else, well, you can manifest that like that. That's how you manifest a life of leisure. Let him go and handle it. But if you're trying to manifest for yourself, make sure. And I don't know if you're doing this now, but a lot of us tend to do this. I don't know. I'm not mature enough not to do this sometimes. Make sure you focus on yourself and what you're trying to manifest. And he is the
I didn't know anything about sex magic then. I'm still learning, and it's like some of the guys are like,
manifestation.
Huh?
You're doing it. You're in the act. Past the management.
Get with these OGs. They'll put you in the right place.
Yeah.
They'll put you in the right place.
Focus on you when you're with it. Make sure you got a clear idea of what you want to manifest. Because if you focus on him and what do it feel like to him, focus on what it feel like to you and focus on what because as long as if it feel good to you, it's gonna feel good to him. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But like focus on what you want to manifest and make sure because we like to build a brother. We love our brothers, sons, fathers. We're gonna build them all. But make sure you take that time for you, make sure you focus on you. And that might help you more with y'all soaring together. You're taking y'all flight, Heru, both of y'all going together. You're both, there.
Right.
So,
Right. That makes
sense. We do that a lot.
And no, I'm starting to develop a podcast. Of course, Elnora is going to be one of the members, and I got 2 other people in mind. But we're going to do a podcast soon, and you can see why Elnora knows her shit. If you just starting out, that's a good one. Try to get with Elnora. She'll give out, I guess, email information as well. Very helpful, you know what I'm saying, to someone young. Like I've done a sexual alchemy 5 hours, but without going through all of that, it's some basic stuff a woman could give you that will go way further than what I could give you. It's a mindset that you have to. It's something in your mind that you're submitting and you feel not worthy of, because when you seeing his progress and not seeing yours is because you're feeling not worthy. You have to feel more worthy internally. You have to feel more privileged. You have to feel your birthright. This is your birthright, nothing but joy in that which you desire. You have to feel empowered, where your sexual energy is your prowess, not your problem. You know what I'm saying? But your prowess. And it starts up here. and how you think of yourself. And how you think of yourself is how you express to your lover. So if you walk in there feeling strong, you know what I'm saying, what Elnora's talking about is you can look out for yourself in the scenario. You're not just
go
making
up. Yeah.
a bunch of dick and I have to clean that.
I mean, it's not even like these guys are like they understand the spiritual world. They're clueless. They have no idea. So it's not even like they're well.
Understand, even if they're ignorant of it, certain things are going to happen because that's our nature.
Right.
If you're aware of it, then you accelerate it and make it a different thing. But you see, we have all of these special things. Fucking Puff Daddy, Kanye West. They weren't spiritual. They in church. How are they so physically successful? You get what I'm saying? If that's what we're going to hold as a standard, because something spiritual did happen to them. Something spiritual needed to happen, so a whole bunch of shit can happen, so a whole bunch of other people can react to. So there is a spiritual wheel revolving, but it is about being conscious is taking control of the evolutionary wheel and putting yourself where you want to be, ultimately to put yourself in the middle where you have a circle in the dot, which is the sun disk, which is Jesus Christ. You're actually the Christ. So that when you put yourself in the middle point, you're going through the gateway. That's why they connected to the Vesica Pisces, which are two fish, and Jesus was connected to the fish because it represents a gateway and is representing the vagina, the true gateway. Your vagina is a gateway, and they're being successful because you're allowing them to pull out your gateway, the soaring success they need, but not pull from them the dictation.
I gotta learn how to do that.
Brother Panic,
in the way you think. See it. You got to visualize. Remember when you was little and you could create a whole play scenario off of teacups, off of your dolly? You have to create those scenarios off of your penises now.
and Brother Panic, I just want to add this. You know, coming from all of us being pretty much, not everybody, but a lot of us broken-hearted, wounded souls, to say, yes, I am worthy.
I'm worthy.
Yes, I am worthy to break the spell. And a lot of times it's multi-generational.
Yes.
And then you have a sperm spell that comes on from you not knowing how to select because your daddy never showed you.
Right.
You know, then you under that low frequency sperm spell. And then when we start talking about goddess worship or yoni puja, the sisters will look at you like you're crazy because they're so used to being abused that they don't know what real adoration is. So we're gonna have another show.
They just think you're a nasty nigga. Like, yeah, it's cool to be a nasty nigga, but be a respectful nasty nigga.
And take the frequency higher. Everything, if you do it with devotion.
Right. Be devoted.
Praise to,
understanding the gifts that you're truly getting. It doesn't mean you don't want the gifts and you ain't nasty for it. But understanding it is a gift changes the deal.
Pray to the dick, and brothers pray to the pussy. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, you know, most brothers think that they own it and they control it, but praying to the pussy. Ask Khadijah. She's Jesus around here. You know, and it's more than just the vagina. It's what I've come to learn that it's really about understanding more of the divine feminine. She's definitely gonna understand a guy a little bit more. Remember, women give birth to men. You know what I'm saying? Men don't give birth to women. So men have to do a little bit more to understand the feminine side. Women don't have to do as much to understand the masculine side. They give birth to boys. My Khadijah had 2 boys. She knew everything about what penises do, how they grow, and all of that. But you know, she's a control freak. Like one time I was in the tub. You know, I stood up in the tub and started washing up. I'm washing my dick. She said, "Wait a minute, nigga, wait. You washing that dick too hard." I said, "What you talking about?" She said, "You don't wash dicks like that. You got to go easy." I said, "I just dick for like 50 years. What the fuck are you talking about?" I said, "Nigga, I believe you washing the dick the wrong way." Another time, I'm getting, dressed, I put lotion on my dick. She said, "Fuck you put lotion on your dick for?" I said, "Because the dick get ashy." not supposed to put lotion down there. I said, you got a pussy. You're not supposed to put lotion down there. There's a hole down there. There's a little hole down here. There's less chance of a yeast infection, if that's what you're worried about. This is skin. Nuts of skin. So, long story short, other than that, it's all worship of Khadijah. Whatever you like, I like what you like. Let's do that. What you want to eat, wherever you want to eat. It's almost like you truly get the goddess when you don't interfere with shit. When you try to be the god to the goddess, it doesn't work. You just let her do whatever she want to do. She couldn't figure that shit out. She'll be out and she'll start calling me from every location. We at the movie now. We at the this now. You so crazy, sis. So I can hear him in the background. I said, wait a minute. You fucking up my vacation. I don't give a fuck what you do. Go fuck somebody. And I ain't do that. I was like, nah, you know, we for over the years, I was like, nah, that doesn't bother me. I don't care about that. I don't wonder where you going. In fact, when you saying you about to hang out, I'm like, shit, I'm gonna walk around this motherfucker and try to find some motherfucking cantaloupe to fuck. If I cut the hole just right. You know, just I'm gonna do something you ain't here. The point is, I'm gonna do something chill because I'm alone. And but you know, prior boyfriend.
Man,
Like was saying how when you worship them or you become that guy, they don't even believe it. It took her years to believe it. Shit, she'll still brag about it. Oh, Patty, let me do whatever. Like that's a bragging point. Like, ain't you supposed? I'm not up to me to let you do whatever. You're a free woman. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do all the time. And that's joy. Even in that physical joy that she feels, which goes a big way for a lot of women, is actually just a rendition of the freedom you feel. That same freedom of, wait a minute, the realization of I could do whatever I want to do. I'm not bound by these problems. And in fact, the more you move away from humanity, the human tragedies that happen to you, you're able to see them almost like outside of yourself. And you're able to evaluate. They have a saying for that in the occult, being in it, but not of it. So even though I'm still here, my mind, the mental alchemy that I talked about, is not made up of the human animalistic thought process. I'm still having a human experience, so I might fuck you up or might get mad. Any of that can happen. But things like staying in angry mode, oh shit, that water's getting hot in there. I see it. It's getting hot. Oh shit. We forgot. I think you're gonna slip in and we forgot. You know what I'm saying? Is that full back or is that still
Listen, we gotta have a part 2 to this because we gotta go on into the night.
Wait, part 1 ain't over. This shower's
part 1. We got part 1B.
Now turn the water on, man.
This is just foreplay.
Amilala's ready to drop the towel and say, yes, bless me, y'all. Bless me. We're gonna do it.
That should have hit about 20,000 people, though. Know that. I mean, just us.
Hold on, Amila. I see
you hit about 20,000, 30,000 people.
She's about to go there. I'm telling you.
Your DM shit is going to be lit.
I want to thank you, Brother Panic, for this this amazing show. I want to thank all the audience, the listening audience. You have a starship of maverick Jedis as your tribal members, man.
Man. You just meet so many people over the years, and you start to love them and know them, and you feel like they're family members. No matter how long you don't talk to them, you just always see them. And you know them forever. Shalonda, I know forever. Shalonda, when I first moved to Atlanta, she's the first person in the universe in Atlanta that recognized me. Hi, ooh, Brother Panic. Because I was on the radio or at Blog Talk time, so not a lot of my face was out. She was the first one. We was at a lecture. It was Delbert Blair, and she was talking to me. She's like, know who know you? The Dead Presidents dudes. I'm like, who the fuck are they? She's like, the rappers. I said, oh, I think I know that shit, because I didn't listen to that type of music. I said, they cool. They, I said they smart folks. They always show up. They conscious. Live wire. What's their name?
M1. You talking about Dead Prez?
Rappers. The two guys.
M1.
Not M1.
Yeah.
Well, what's the name of the group?
Dead Prez.
Dead Prez. Yeah, you're right.
The first album and mixtape, a classic.
He did say Dead Prez. Yeah. Like Dead Prez, sis, you're right. So it was Dead Prez. She's the one who told me, yeah, Dead Prez fuck with you. I was like, okay. And because I had no confidence in that. I didn't believe nobody fucked with me. Everybody would tell me everybody fucks with me. And I'm saying, like, I ain't fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? But she was the first one that recognized. I don't even remember. It's so long ago. I don't even remember the next step. But she was always coming around that for parties, stuff like that. I remember I blessed her. She was at a Hotep party, and I was talking to her. She's like, "Yeah, I'm at some Hotep pottery party." I said, "I'm gonna come to that motherfucker, shine some Brother Panic shit on their ass." So, you walk in big and bad, Hotep, and the host didn't know who the fuck I was. Yeah, nigga, whatever. And there was a couple of dudes, Brother Panic. They gave Shalon the prop. You know how to get Brother Panic here? You must be the shit. I met her sister, and the lady was like, "Well, everyone could tell us what they're doing." Me, I'm long-winded. That bitch cut me off. I'm like, "Yeah, I got a book, and I did this, and you know what I'm saying, I got a penis, and She's like, "Oh, and that's good. Good for you. Good job. The way to get your spirit going." I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? I was there to have fun. But then later, I heard she found out who I was. Oh, shit. Really? Oh, my goodness. I was like, it's cool, baby. I know. It wasn't no, I didn't take it any kind of way. It was just fun. And I remember that. But then, I know she started doing more. After my class, she started doing more and more magical shit. She was telling me more and more breakthroughs. So I knew the reality is people graduate from me. People are here for different things. So I've seen so many faces stay and they'll still, hey, panic. They'll shout me out because they know I've done something for them, but they actually moved on from studying it because it's gotten so, not only has it gotten so messed up, they don't really care. They got what they wanted. They got enough for them to function because really in the end, you got to function here. Yeah. I don't expect people to go as far as I went. That's not the goal. The goal is to go until you're satisfied. So with honor, I try to lead people back to their own head, not lead them to my mind and to following me for. That's why I talk coarse, because I talk like a nigga who's not looking for people to hit like. I talk for a nigga that don't want people to follow him because that shit is the most irrelevant thing. They need to hear the message, and if they can't hear the message anyway, through the person, through the talking, then it never was for them. I'm not here to try to get people on. I'm not here for people to check me out in the community to see if I belong in the fucking community. Fuck you, fuck that, and fuck the community. I'll say that to your face. None of that has gotten anybody anywhere. What I love is what's in you and what can be transferred in you, because that's the real shit. Shalonda, they want to know where your store is again. When she comes back, we'll make sure she'll get it before the sign-up. So I want to make sure that you have what you need, because I know it works based upon doing it. I don't talk in theories about the metaverse and crypto. That's fucking theories. Fantasy nigga theories. I talk about what you have as a power. Shalonda, they want to get your information on your store again, sis, as we sign off.
So the store is called Allegua Botanica / Aura Rising, because I want to cater to everybody, not just one group of people. We're located at 4038 Calhoun Memorial Highway in Easley, South Carolina. I'm working on my online presence, but I am on Facebook. Shalonda Ellis. That's my name on Facebook.
Shalonda Ellis. ELLIS.
Yeah, ELLIS. The phone number you can reach me at is 404-246-3452. I do ship. And the email address is alleguabotanica21@gmail.com.
Excellent. So you guys, she does ship. It's a full official botanica. Shalon, do you mind showing them the room again? There's a lot of new people who hadn't seen the reality of what you're dealing with. Remember, you can only get shit like this through magic. So as you can see, full-fledged, fully stocked with all your botanical treats. She does ship, so y'all need to go and see her for your magical needs. She can tell you what you may need if you're not really professional. She can create a scenario that will help you. So I see statues, I see candles. Oh man, we got to come see you. I'm gonna come stack the fuck up in there. Oh yeah. I need some new. Stella needs a new groove.
Oh yeah, she live.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a whole. Yeah.
Shalonda Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on Facebook it's Shalonda Ellis. Or
Instagram.
Huh?
Instagram.
My Instagram is Shalonda Ellis.
Same thing.
Okay.
I have TikTok too. So I got TikTok as Shalonda Ellis or either Kisa El Bay or Allegra Botanica.
Excellent.
I got more than one thing.
Y'all pretty country over there too.
Yeah.
I'm originally
Y'all
from
pretty
South
country
Carolina.
over there too.
Listen, I went to
I'm
South Carolina,
originally
North
from South
Carolina,
Carolina.
Little Rock.
But I've been
Little Rock.
in Atlanta for 20 years.
Okay. I can still hear the South Carolina though.
Yeah. She got it. Actually, it's funny. She does have a good accent, but nothing. Eleanor is the accent I talk about all across the world. Elnora is actually Elnora. Elnora's accent is so, when she's in that zone, you're literally talking to somebody from another country.
Stop.
Oh yeah, it is. But then she'll slow it down for you. So Elnora, tell them about your business before we go, what you do and how you do pop-ups.
Okay, my business is the House of Mental. You can look me up on Facebook or Instagram. On Facebook, you'll see the House of Mental Eatery, the home. On Instagram, you see the House of Mental. And we do vegan, soul, and comfort food. So if you want to come through, do a private dinner, do whatever, do a pop-up in the city, give me a kitchen, and I'm there. So that's vegan, soul, and comfort food.
And you do, of course, catering around the country. You'll show up. And she's got a lot of pictures up, and everybody's all aghast in her hood about this. So I'm like, next time I'm coming, you better do better than them damn biscuits. So she was telling me about jackfruit shit. I'm like, y'all got to prove this. So I can't wait to go taste it myself. I haven't been down there since, but. Y'all see, Professor Melanie, what you got going on, sis?
Thank you, Tisha. So I have an online presence. Zoe Essentials is an e-commerce store. It's international, and we sell organic, natural herbs, teas, spiritual baths, copper jewelry,
nice.
Smudges, crystals, a lot of crystals. We have over 500 products.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Tell them about the Kinkaliba that you have, the herbs.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we have herbs from all over the world that we get fresh, harvested from all over the world. Kinkaliba. So we talk about this skunk, the sea haw. We have green leaf sea haw. So there's two different types. Most are brown leaf, and we have the green leaf that we get from Senegal. So yeah. That's so
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you say
we have an app, so you can download the app Zoe Essentials in the app store.
Okay, that's perfect. Janelle, do you do anything, Janelle? Or you just chilling?
Hi, peace, everyone. I'm just chilling for right now.
That's all good. We need the chillers.
And I want to give a special thank you
behind you too, Janelle. I meant to tell you that. Or at least that cosmic poster behind you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I want to thank you again, Janelle, for holding space.
Sticking in, yeah, you stuck in there.
You stuck in there. Yeah, we needed you to
beautified the room today.
Yes, and your crow is beautiful.
Yeah, that fro
Thank
is
you.
And that's just beautiful.
You can see it. Shoot.
Yeah, it's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you.
Elnora
You love it.
fro chick too. She used to rock
I
it.
usually wear a fro every day
Yeah,
for
she
20
is.
years. So I love your fro.
I'm loving those beads. I see when you put them
Thank
in
you.
though. I'm feeling your beads. I see you when you put them in.
Mhm.
High, sexy cheekbone is rocking. Oh man, we missed the shower. That's foul. That ain't even right. I could at least come out with a robe on.
My
or
clothes on.
Like you could dress after you do it. Like come out with a robe. You ain't make a nigga a sandwich or nothing. You make a nigga a sandwich. Oh, wait a minute. I feel like I'm excelling. See you later. I'm excelling. See you later. Thank you.
Oh God.
Like I said, you got to do things like laugh. Remember when you was a kid? Don't take yourself seriously.
Yeah.
Don't take this seriously. Look at it from a happy place, and then you magnetize happiness.
Yes.
There's a sadness that still has to get out of you. That's attracting it emotionally. And most women, I give you props because you admitted it so easy. Usually most women have to dig because they don't want to deal with it. But
yeah.
you can admit it says that you either have been dealing with it or are willing to deal with it. Any of the past traumas. So I my hat's off to you, sis. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Hats off to you. And don't remember, ain't no nigga could excel off of you. You have to choose to excel yourself.
Right.
Right,
You know what
right.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm totally on the happy juice for the most part. You know, I just got to do the work. I just got to do the work, and I know
real
specifically
simple.
what I'm
Just
supposed to do.
meditate. Start with the meditations. You'll start to have realizations that take you in other areas. And on this show, we're going to talk about other areas, about altars and candle magic and sexual alchemy and all of those things. But for now, those two things are the basics.
Right.
And
I don't
start
even know
changing
how to
the way
do
you
an
think.
altar or I'm just
Oh,
learning
it's all
how to
easy.
light
It's all
candles.
easy. I'll tell you the concept. I usually do that in about 3 minutes in class, but they usually have other work. So we're going to get there because we're talking about all the basics. That's what I'm dedicating all my shows to with Hank. All the basics. I've been talking so long. If I do a lecture on my own, is usually only people who've been sticking with me fuck with it, and some new people. Even though the numbers are high, then it's really America. But there's a lot of young Black people who aren't getting serviced because they used to work where there was a whole team of us and everyone spoke to different levels.
Yeah.
Now that whole lower level has debated themselves out of reality. And then there's a whole slew of new people that no one knows who to invest in. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to find people to say, here's where you go, because they will listen to me. But I'm finding it hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, because my teaching was such a specialty teaching, it's hard for me to say, I know no one's going to be on this level of the game. I dedicated everything to it. So anybody I recommend is going to be toned down a little bit. But I got to listen and hear that so I can be able to say, go to see this person, go see that person. So a younger generation could get some of the basics. Yeah. Let me tell you some basic books before I forget. Phil Hines and Peter Carroll, they did a whole series of chaos. Libra Nolan, the Psychonaut, Libra Null, Libra Chaos, Chaos Magic, or some shit like that. Peter Carroll with 2 L's and Philip Hines books. Anything by a author named Constantinos, spelled with a K, K-O-N Stantanos. He did Nocturnal Witchcraft, Magic or something like that, which is the best, which is also about the Necronomicon. And he did The Witch's Familiar. He gives those basic things, north, south, east, west, how to lay out natural magic rocks and this, and the wind is north, and this is south, and that. So it'll give you a basic climate of what to do in terms of how magic works. Anything by Cunningham, Scott Cunningham. He's a Wiccan dude. He's dead, but he has a lot of encyclopedias. Encyclopedia on crystal magic, encyclopedia on herbs, A to Z on this, must have. Or a good study source. Anything that says for dummies, practical magic, a beginner's guide, Stay in those. Never turn any other. Beginner's Guide to Chakras, Beginner's Guide to Crystals, Beginner's Guide to that. That's exactly what you want. You want to get things that get you into the environment, into the culture of this, not into the fucking community of it. Because I promise you, they're showing a lot of shit on screen, but nobody's into that. No one's into it. Oh, my crystal is so beautiful, and when I do, it's not working. It's something that you must create in your own mind. It's a playground you must organize in your own mind. Those type of basic books do it. Anything by William Henry is usually good. I don't know what he's been writing. He's most famous for Cloak of the Illuminati, but one of his best books are Oracle of the Illuminati. Another one that you can only get on his site, the other one on Amazon. I don't know if still, but you can only get from his site certain books he has. He had one called Language of the Birds. Excellent. Showed you that etymology is the true language of the gods. How you can figure out shit just through etymology. So those are some basic readings. You would notice they talk about something in the chaos books called Kia. You got to understand certain symbols. They're talking about melanin. They can't say melanin is associated with black people. So you have a whole slew of names they refer to melanin by in the occult. You'll become privy to that. Just pay attention to that. So that's in those books, the chaos books. So those books give you start creating a basic climate of magic and a spiritual nature. You want to then move on to Robert Cavendish, Black Arts, and Wade, Black Magic or something like that. Arthur Wade, something like Arthur B. Wade. I'll get the book next time. I always get in the book next time. Next time I'm going to have everything we said piled up. But it's Wade, Waithe, maybe, W-A-T-H-E, Arthur something. Don't worry about that. Get Black Arts by Richard Cavendish. Anything by an author named Donald Tyson. Anything. He's always a basic dude. He did a lot of Necronomicon work. So if Necronomicon, as I spoke about earlier, tickles your fancy, then Donald Tyson is absolutely the dude to get. But he also wrote a book like Sexual Alchemy, How to Have Sex with Spirits, out of print. But everything I was telling you, how to have sex with spirits, remember I told you it's communication. So you will, matter of fact, that's what we'll do next time. Start talking about how to have communication with spirits. Because that would actually be the next step after you start shifting to a spiritual mentality. So these books, and I'll bring more books, Anna Reva book, any book sold in botanicas, just like Shalonda has by what was that company that made all them fucking occult books? But they're all like Anna Reva, Maria Solomon, A to Z, Oil from A to Z. Those type of books, symbols, Anna Reva's books on symbols, you'll find them in botanicas. The Oshun books, the black and white book by Wifla Gonzalez, Magente Wifla Gonzalez. She made a series of books on the Orishas. She did one of the saints and the Orishas together. It's a black and white book, but she's done a lot of work. Anything by her is golden. Barbara Hand Clove from You Women. No home should be without. I'm sorry, not Barbara Hand Clove. Barbara Hand Clove for Alchemy of the Ninth Dimensions. Barbara Hand Clove for anything on Pallades. She was pretty good on that. But Barbara G. Walker wrote a book called The Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. You cannot live without this fucking book. You cannot live without it. If you're a woman without this book and you're truly doing the work, you should be ashamed of yourself. And anything by Barbara G. Walker is a must. She speaks from the woman's perspective on a lot of shit, and she is well researched. You will learn things about vagina that you who own a vagina had no clue about. I did a lecture from her book on the menses and went all around the world showing how it was regarded as divinity. And all these niggas trying to argue how you bitches ain't supposed to be bleeding. They're sitting around still trying to, but then it was just pages and pages of it. And then it showed how when Christianity came in, how it slowly was demonized into what it was. So they showed you its divinity and then how it was demonized. So now what? Where the woman ain't supposed to bleed. But then I think it came down to she's not supposed to bleed so much because of the diet. Whatever. But you can read for yourself and come to your own understanding. You don't let no nigga who's lecturing tell you anything. It is or it isn't. Who gives a fuck? That's just his information and what he says. And it's just my information, what I said. But here's somebody who's writing the information, and look for others who wrote the information so you could be well researched. Google some shit. You know what I'm saying? Put it all together and say, this is what I see, and respect what you come out of it, as opposed to what some guy is speaking to you out of it. So you got to make up your own mind. You got to do your own thing. You got to be confident in your shit. That's how you start the beginning process of living spiritually. Through the meditations, you're going to hear your intuition. It speaks bigger. The more you indulge it, the more you fight for it, the more you disregard that negative voice, the more you're going to start moving into spiritual prowess, because there'll be nothing left that you're listening to but your intuition, therefore beginning to live spiritually. And then it'll start to manifest around you, and then you recognize what a spiritual lifestyle really is, and then you're going to double down on shit. So the beginning stages is building the confidence and the knowing, and to be able to curb your negativity while you meditate and while you listen for that voice of aha. While you indulge yourself, and while you may not be hearing the voice, fuck it. Say you hear the voice, as long as it's in your favor. You're faking it till you make it, until that voice will be constant. It gets more complex, because then you'll start talking to relatives, then ancestors. We'll talk about that again next week as well. I know I kept Hank way up past his bedtime. So
yeah,
now we're going to let him really end this for real.
Yeah, we getting ready to do something else up in here, man.
Okay.
Sister friend want to leave space as the place, and I'm going to make sure she has a good launching pad. So that's all I'm going to say on this public platform.
All right.
You know,
wait.
For her to remember.
Okay, I'll let that go.
But I want to thank you again, Brother Planet.
I want to thank the ladies all for showing up, and I want to thank the special guests that I invited that did show up for me. A special shout out to them, and because I personally invited Elnora, Shalonda, and the professor. So thanks for coming and hanging, and always the other ladies who always come in and volunteer and stay as long as they could possibly do it before the kids do it. Let me say, make sure I'm saying this right. Emiliola, is that right?
No, Emilola.
Oh, let me say
Emilola.
Let us say for you.
Emilola.
No. Let me, y'all listen. All y'all in YouTube land, Emilola.
Let me tell you, I hope your parents named you that and you didn't choose that.
Actually, my parents named me Fumi Lola, and I changed it to Emmy Lola.
I like Fumi Lola better. It sounds like I could deal with that.
Emilola.
That's all good. Emilola is beautiful. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for almost showering with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll make sure I shower next time.
No, you did it perfect. That was perfect. Because I was like, my eyes was peeled. Like, how far is this crane going to ride?
Just keep teasing, sis. Don't give them the whole thing. Just keep teasing, sis.
Yeah, she definitely had some.
Don't listen to that.
Put some spice up here in the show.
I mean, we know where we go.
Hey, next time, just show them your foot. You know, it's a foot.
The professor had that opportunity, and Janelle had that opportunity. Let's be your piece now.
Listen.
Show you not shit.
That's enough.
I'm not trying to be all over the internet.
You don't want to see this. One time, somebody said some shit in class. I just put my foot in the camera with that blending. All you seen was this shit. Hold on. All you seen was this shit. You old scandal ass niggas. All these niggas took out their cameras and started taking pictures of this shit.
And listen, let's get ready to wrap it up because I don't want to go on another foot ride. Otherwise, she'd be out of the boots, and then we're supposed to
Okay, let's do it. Let me just say it one more time. My North Carolina lecture. Let me just get the info on that. That will be at the Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City. At the Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City. It's called Adopting a Spiritual Mentality. I'm going to talk about in a post-COVID and in a post Red Dwarf supernova, where we are, what we're doing. 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202, May 27th. That's a Saturday, 2 p.m. to 10. And to info at Samdi, SAMDIREADINGS.com. Info at Samdi Readings to get on the list or ask any questions you need to know. Cash App Brother Pan, $ Brother Pan. Do something to make me feel good.
Can I say something? Thank you to Sister Melanie, because she has taught me something here tonight. The sister's holding face like a news anchor. Like, I've been over here squirming around just trying to get like her. I'm like,
yeah, did you see that Divinity?
I'm squirming around. I'm trying to get like her. Because she know that camera, baby. She practiced.
Hear this record.
Yeah, I'm thank you, sister.
I do.
You're gonna get me right.
I do. All she did was drink tea. Them herbs.
Yeah. It's probably because I drank gin.
There's
she's into the herbs. She's into those herbs.
Next time, tea next time.
Yes. That's the dope. She does shows too, Elnor. You gotta check out her work.
Oh, I know she does. I see how she hold her face. She does. She is regal. Next level regal. Next level regal.
The chairs are thrown. There's 2 plants behind her, all even and shit.
Right.
Hold on, I'm fucking mad.
I came in late trying to slang beads.
I didn't even know this shit is all even. Shit is all even. Hold on, go back. You sure you ain't working for the government? That looks like a government facility.
Right. Hey, she done held face the whole time. She could get a job with WNBC or anything.
Headquarters.
CNBC. Beautiful sister. I'm joking, but nah, you did that.
Yeah, she got her in order.
I'm
reaching out to you for
okay. It's time. It's bedtime.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
For the next and those who are getting ready to go into the night shift, I want to give a special thank you again, Professor Melanie Spirit Doula. I want to acknowledge Aries Lady Janelle. I want to acknowledge Emilola.
Yes.
And I want to thank. Let me move these banners so I can see all the names because I'm this side. Let me see. Where'd you go? Elnora.
Right.
Did I say it
What's
right?
your sign, Elnora? Hank needs to know.
Yeah, I'll memorize it.
Hank needs to know your zodiac
my sign. Aquarius, Sun, Pisces, Moon, Virgo, rising.
Oh, you special.
All that.
Where's your magic carpet? You got magic carpet somewhere.
I need to try to ground. Grounding is key.
So, Brother Panic, this was fun.
All right, brother.
We could have did this to sun up, but we got
Prince Wanda too, though. Give her a shout out, Uncle Hank, and get her zodiac sign. We can't leave my baby out.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Let me pull her up to the front. Where all those ingredients you got in the back?
Yeah, all them ingredients.
When's your birthday, sis?
I'm a Pisces.
Wow.
Pisces. I'm a curse.
Ooh. Wow, Earth and Waters dominating the show tonight. And then on the top level, we got Aries, we got Leo, we got Sag.
Yeah, the fire on top. Yeah.
Fire on the top. That's
look, who's the Leo right over here with all the planets in the back? Who's the Leo?
That's Aries.
That's an Aries.
Yeah, Aries. Yeah, I'm a Leo.
Oh, you're a Leo. She's an Aries. Okay, I can see Aries. She been holding face too.
Yeah, look at this one. Thank you so much.
Aries.
She's airy. Fire, baby.
Fire. Baby.
The king of fires right there.
Yeah. And I want to thank all the audience. We had fun tonight. Tonight was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming. I didn't see it
again
coming.
in 2 weeks Thursday.
Yeah. So we got a whole lot of ground to cover.
Yes, sir. We're going to keep walking through this path.
And thank everyone for contributing to a colorful night of fun, education, and more. And Brother Panic, really, I really admire the style of you basically saying, you God, nigga, you God. You know,
yeah, you got to do something about it. You know what I mean?
It's so needed that mind control over religion, the Abrahamic religions, put our folks in a bad way.
Frenzy.
In a bad way. Even shrooms don't help to break folks out. They gotta study. They gotta put their, psychedelics.
They gotta have something, a direction to go in.
Exactly.
Right. To be able to use those. And more than just religion, too, man. There's so much media. The media is probably our most detrimental thing because most of us fed up with the church, even though it's the subliminal foundation, but it's still reinforced through the media. It's still reinforced through symbols.
Yeah.
So the media is killing us.
This is shows like this will help you because the shrooms won't do it, the ayahuasca won't do it, the bufo won't do it, the changa won't do it, iboga won't do it. I mean, I met some people who've taken psychedelics and they still fucked up.
Right. If their mind doesn't get right, then psychedelics is just a get high or an escape. But if their mind is right, the psychedelics become a tool. And that's what it does. Vagina can become a tool or it become the worst thing you're chasing around. Be 40 years old at the club doing this shit, trying to get some new vagina. You know what I'm saying? It could be the worst thing ever. Or you could be 40 years old at the club getting some new vagina. You know what I'm saying? It could be whatever. But it could be a drug or it could be a savior.
Yeah.
And so can those items. It could be a drug or it could be a savior.
And I also want to give a special acknowledgement to our sister here who's a little bit shy. Just want to say thank you for holding space.
She ain't shy. She showed her foot. Thank you. You put your foot in the game. She put her foot in the pot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Shit, shy.
I can tell you now, all these sisters on the platform, the ones here and the ones that not, you can look at them and tell they got nice feet.
Everything's
nice. On that note, to the toes, till 2 weeks for the toes. We could come back on the toes in 2 weeks.
We can come back on toes in 2 weeks. The science.
Let's go.
I'm gonna have to go get a pedicure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all now. Focus
coming back with a pedicure.
Focus on the pinky toe. Because
I'm gonna look at the pinky toe. Especially a working person. Have them two sizes right.
Because if
we'll have toes on the show next week.
Like,
I mean,
that's really your life. That pinky toe is really your life. That's really what you feel inside.
It is.
Pinky toe is really what you feel inside. You get a good pinky toe going. Oh shit!
To me.
So good night, y'all, and thank you so much. I really had fun.
Yeah,
love y'all. Thank you.
Good.
Good night.
All right.